Okay, let's continue on with more Apollo Ace Attorney Trilogy, where we are going to be probably finishing the second case and seeing how far we can get in the third one. I guess before I should begin though, there is one thing I do want to say. I did check randomly today just to see if something was going to work. Not work, sorry, and I went to check and Twitch Studio has unfortunately met its end, so press F to pay respects in the chat for Twitch Studio going away. I mean, I'll be sticking to OBS anyway, but it took them a good damn, like, 3 months or whatever to do it, so I guess we eventually, you know, we'll deal with that when it gets to there. But yeah, we'll finish off case 2 and we'll probably start immediately with case 3. Before we go ahead and do some stuff. So, yeah, before I begin, that's basically what I wanted to say. We're at about 2.62 average at the moment, but I wanted to say, like, you know, I enjoyed using Twitch Studio. I thought it was better than everything else that I've been using. And it's a shame that it's gone, but again, I was living that 4% life, and now that 4% life is now 0%, so I think I would just, like, give my thoughts on that. I mean, I liked using Twitch Studio, so that's what it is. So yeah, with that being said, let's just keep going and continue with this, see how far we can go. Hopefully, we can just move on from that, but again, like, we'll deal with this, it's fine. Let's just get started, shall we? I wanted to get that out of the way, though, just because I used it for so long, like, up until, like, May of this year, I was using it for the majority of the time that I was streaming, so obviously, I did enjoy using it, and again, there are some things I did like about it that more than thing, like I could, up the chat stuff, everything with the chat was not, was fine, the goal stuff, but it is what it is. Let's just, let's finish this. Staff did say he was there at the station, so it sure doesn't sound like a rock-solid alibi. Can't be right. If Pretends is the killer, you have to have been at the theater. There's gotta be a hole somewhere in this story. Sure, there are no holes in Mr. Reese's stage. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoors to escape through. Do enjoy my show to the fullest. And my real alibi. Alright, obviously we'll press every statement because that's what we always do when it comes to the cross-examination. We always press every statement. Hold it! You did come to the theater eventually, isn't that right? Indeed. Anxious to see how the show was progressing? Made my way to the theater. Let's see. My journey took about 10 minutes by car. Could we actually have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim? Allow me to stab at the reading of mind. Could I have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim? How in the... But no, it took a taxi. The driver can attest to that. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word doesn't satisfy you. The driver was a big fan of the ratings, Raja. Even gave him my card. Gave the driver his card. That was very clever of him. Might as well give it up, lad. The question of real magic is a fool's errand. Besides, you know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident. Hold it! What's this other TV show you're working on? My own special project, you see. One moment. Perhaps this is more appropriate. It's a Ratings Roger special production. Yeah, hang loose, baby. It's called Desperation Regeneration. You switch personas just to say that. What's the show about? Washed up has-been singers and comedians get together and play musical chairs. The winner of the game is given a second chance at their career. Price is prize for chumps who washed up too early in life. Sounds great, right? Might I suggest you appear on that show, Mr. Justice? As the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court and faded sadly into obscurity. let the ratings rise up produce my TV debut? Not in this lifetime. You have great reactions. Who knows? TV might be your true calling. Hey, whose side are you on? In any case, I was overseeing production of this program during the Penrose performance.
Hold it!
How do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you? Make it my business to perform solo. My magic is neither need nor want of assistance. After all one of them could reveal the secrets behind my magic, could they not? So he doesn't trust anybody, huh? He's the complete opposite of truth. There were many people there in the studio audience who saw the witness as well. Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, could not have convinced so many complete strangers to do the same. He really has a rock-solid alibi for himself. Yeah, it's almost too good, you know. It's eerie how perfect it is. It's all been revealed to you now?
Hold it!
Got it. Do you have a brother? Brother that looks exactly like you, maybe. Again with the twins business. Think the audience will let you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row? If you do not believe him, defense, why not investigate for yourself? Though I am sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless. Yeah, I guess the twins theory is a little far-fetched. That's all the price. That's all these statements press, I should say. His alibi really is airtight. I believe it was hard enough. While I believe the witness does indeed harbor some ill will against the defendant, there is no reason to doubt he was at the TV station at the time of the incident. Yes, the facts prove it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with the case. These last rites for the victim have dragged on long enough. The soul of the victim himself is so bored that it is resting on top of Your Honor's head. It is? Time has come. Let us punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the Twilight Realm. Polo, Trish will be thrown in prison. We'll be out of a job. Catch fish, tasty fishies, will you sell me some at a good price? I told you I have absolutely zero intention of going off on a tuna boat. Justice, you have to figure this out. It's no use. Can't find a single flaw, so what now? Oh, my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great Mr. Rills. Stay for the grand illusion till the end of time. Wait, is he saying that we're still trapped inside some sort of illusion of his? That's what professional magicians do. They make their audience see something that isn't really there. In other words, you make us see illusions, right? We call it misdirection. Well, we keep you busy believing one thing, but busy making something else happen. What we say is there really isn't, and what we say isn't there actually is. Could it be? Know what, Mr. Ratins? Guess we have all been spectators to the elaborate illusion you've prepared for us. An illusion that has suddenly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. What are you going on about, lad? You got something, Apollo? Just remembered something Trucy said about misdirection. What a magician says is there really isn't, but what they say isn't there actually is. We've all been taken for a ride by Mr. Ratins' magic, then maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. It's time to rethink all of my assumptions about this case. What have we been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? What have we taken to be the absolute facts of this case? I reevaluate the validity of all these things, then just maybe. Athena? There's something uncanny about this case. Okay, what is it? Since his alibi, it's too perfect. That's true. It's like it's impossible to break, no matter how hard we try. Maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants to think. But following. We're not making any headway here, because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi. Okay, get it? We're saying he's using misdirection on us, right? It's definitely a possibility. But the French car to share with everyone it's discussing over there. Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak. And what is this certain assumption you're thinking of? This is the one key assumption we've been taking for granted this whole time. Roger Martinez's guilt. No, I think he's guilty. The crime scene, I think, is fine, because that hasn't changed. So, we haven't seen... There has to be a way to explain how Ratin's, or where he was on the actual scene. There has to be a way to explain this, I think, so... What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? If that were the case, then Mr. Ratin's perfect alibi would become irrelevant.
Objection.
How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Furthermore, we all saw what appears to be the culprit's shadow in the footage.
Objection!
Couldn't we just as easily assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit? Well, if it's not the culprit's, then whose is it? Not sure 100%. I'm not 100% sure yet. But I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. I've all seen something that looks like this shadowy figure before, Your Honor. During the magic show itself. Welcome back, Fox and Socks. How are you doing this evening? Thank you for stopping by. In that case, please point it out in the show footage for us. This is the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit. Okay, we gotta go looking for the thing that you're. I'm assuming it has to be the shadow. We need to present the shadow that is when Mr. Hat disappears. Gonna look? Okay, thank you very much for that. Greatly appreciate it. Hope that you have a, well, I guess you're saying you're getting ready for bed. Hope you have a good rest. Did I miss something? Pretty soon I'm supposed to do something when the shadow disappears, right? Ah, it's that. It's that there. It's this one. It's hard to... I've got to pause, like right in the right spot. It's there. I think it's this shadow here. Yeah, thank you very much for the look. I greatly appreciate that.
Take that!
It's one of these shadows. It's definitely... Because there's two instances with the shadow here. There's one that happens at this point. And then there's another one that happens a bit later on. When the, in a similar shape, when the stage set goes down. Doesn't this shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure? Now that you mention it, it doesn't. It does, doesn't it? That's right. Could you identify this shadow for this court? Let's see. I believe that's Mr. Hat's shadow. It's from when he's being pulled up from the stage to the catwalk overhead by wire. And could this shadow that shined later in the footage be Mr. Hat too? No, that's not possible. After Mr. Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there. In other words, the second shadow is from some other figure being pulled up. Some other figure? I'm afraid you'll need to be more specific than that, Mr. Justice. Alright, we've come this far. I'll just have to figure it out from the clues I have on hand. What was the second shadow shown in the footage? So we said the first shadow was Mr. Hat. So that means the second shadow would have to be, would have to be the victim, I think, because how else did he get up there as well? That's the other thing, he had to have gotten up there in some way. But when I say the victim, it's Take that! This is a little bit of a confusing case. I think that, look, Man of Mystery was the person who was killed by the Retins guy, from what I'm gathering, and he made it sound like I was a fan, so, and that guy was also pretending to be a magician himself, so, yeah, I think we're getting close to the end. There is a trophy coming up very soon, so we do need to make sure that we, grab that before we, go forward. If you consider what was happening on the stage at the time, there's only one answer. Welcome back, Panda. Did you doing well this evening? That's all good. Take your time, do what you need to do. In other words, Mr. Man of Mystery, the victim. Please take a look at the prank plan script. Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead, and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Retins? Indeed, what of it? I contend that that's exactly what happened. The victim was wearing a stunt harness around his waist. It was most likely attached to a stunt wire so that he could be pulled up into the air. So you're suggesting that after pretending to be dead in the coffin, the victim flew up into the air, just as the prank script says? Exactly. We just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. That last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the true piece de resistance of the culprit's murderous magic show. And tell me, you've got it all figured out. Yes, I think so. We can just look beyond Mr. Retins' last bit of misdirection. We should finally be able to see the real truth. Victim must have been pulled up to the catwalk, just like Mr. Hat. And hit the cushioning up there with considerable force. Just have to figure out what else happened up there at the time. Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready. In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that? To falsify an alibi, to hide the body. Well, it wasn't to hide the body, because the body was going to be hidden in the coffin anyway. Falsifying your alibi wouldn't work, because it's, you wouldn't use the victim for that. So it has to be to murder them. Because that would also kill them too, I would think. Just why did the culprit have the victim fly up after he appeared in the coffin? How did the victim actually die, when he was only pretending to be dead in the coffin? If we can figure that out, if we can figure out how these two questions relate, the answers should become clear. Could it be... Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still just part of a prank when he appeared on stage. Probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled into the air. After Mr. Wright was called backstage, and just as the set piece fell. The culprit had already planted the real murder weapon in a cushion in the catwalk. It was probably a knife or blade of some sort. Oh, I get what they're saying now. So they're basically saying that they think that the weapon that killed him had been placed in that particular area so that he would die from that. Yes, it really was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mr. Mystery was whisked up into the air. And straight into a blade there in the catwalk. In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of a magic trick. won't we? Using this method, it wouldn't matter where Mr. Ratins was at the time of death. How does it work, Mr. Justice? Oh, we're getting the actual, just before the murder occurred. Dragon's set piece was up in the catwalk. It and Mr. Man of Mystery connected to each other by a wire at the time. Carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon set piece fall, which caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up and into the blade on the cushion. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's why nobody saw the blade. And that big gash in Mr. Hat's cape. Blade must have been set up overhead sometime before the magic show. Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too, when he was pulled up to the cushion. Can't believe it, I had no idea. I was told that Trucy would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it. You were used, Betty. Roger Ratins used you. I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around. After the incident occurred, Mr. Ratins arrived at the theatre. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. That's also when he lowered the victim's body down to the stage. How did he have the time to do all that? When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all those things after the fact because there was no one around to see. A horrific murder camouflaged by his particular magic tool. That sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off. As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Mr. Ratins, who killed the victim, all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent. Is it breakdown time yet? Grammary! Okay, Lawyer no Jutsu. Enough. You dim-witted, ignorant, imbecile, putrid red pepper. You can't possibly have a counter-argument to make. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor said Marty? No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk, which means you have no evidence to support your theory. But Mr. Ratins retrieved it after the fact. Still leaves you with no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. But without proof, does it not make more sense to believe that the murder was committed there on the stage? That's where the blood-stained sword was found, after all. That's a very good point. Is the only person who could have committed the crime there on that stage. Trilogy Wright remains the prime suspect. It would appear that what you call truth is a little more than a cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accused's innocence. It's time at last you let it go and move on. Seeing this magnifique Gramarye? My magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter. The Gramarye name is done for. Apollo, we need to hit them with a decisive piece of evidence here. I know, it's just what I was thinking. Mr. Justice, do you or don't you have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you proposed? Of course I do, Your Honor. This entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script. Right, so theoretically, there should be no more evidence for us to find or use. Which means our best bet is to see something unscripted happen. It's gonna be something Rattan's couldn't have foreseen. And once I find it, that's how I'll expose his murderous trick. Get ready, Mr. Rattan, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, just some good old-fashioned logic. So at this point here, I need to make sure I pick, I need to make sure that I pick her life choices so that we get a trophy. This would be very highly missable, if I don't pick this, so, yeah, just gonna make sure that I, do that. As long as the magic show when it's scripted, the murder would happen without fail. Everything in this case is carefully planned, so that no evidence will be left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in the plan. Part of the magic show wasn't a part of the show's original script. It's a selection thing. So, the set piece falling, Man of Mystery's death, or Bonnie's. It would be Bonnie's mistake. So Bonnie made a mistake because the Mystery's murder was planned, and also the set piece falling was intentional as well. Bonnie made his mistake during Trucy's escape trick. What mistake did Bonnie make during the magic trick? Stage, lift, for preparation, Mr. Hat's positioning, or her life choices? We want to pick her life choices to get a trophy, but then we, so obviously this is the wrong option. No, I should never say a person's life choices are a mistake. I'm sure she can be a great magician someday if she works hard at it. Good luck, Bonnie. Anyway, getting back to the case. What was it that Bonnie did during Trace's escape trick? This should give me a... There we go. So, obviously, the mistake was the positioning of Mr. Hat. Sync the trophy up, of course. We're halfway to, completion. There is one thing I want to check. My next game may be Persona 3 Reload. Because the expansion pass came out yesterday, and it's not coming up on the PlayStation Store. So if I go to the, it's not coming up as the PlayStation Store here. So if I go there, there's a chance that the DLC is free, and if it's free DLC, then that means I can finish this and delete it out. So that might be our next game if it's free. We'll just see. If it is a free DLC pack, then our next game will probably be that. And the trophy list is literally just complete the story, so I don't think we need to have any kind of, like, worry to thing else as well. Yes, welcome, Min Panda. Welcome back. Does Bonnie place Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of on the left? I'm doing pretty good. Again, we're about to wrap up the case. We just got a trophy. Just discussing future plans that I might be doing the Persona 3 Reload DLC if it's free. Also, at the start of the stream, we paid our respects to Twitch Studio because Twitch Studio, I checked just randomly to see if it was still up, and Twitch Studio it no longer exists. So we paid our respects to that. I mean, that was my up until May of this year. It was the main way I was streaming. So yeah, unfortunately, it's gone now. I was living that 4% life, and now no one can use it anymore, unfortunately. Bonnie placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of to the left. Treats it to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to the one in the show script. How is it going with you today, Panda? How are you? Did you have a good day today? Ranger is bound to make a slip up when he tampered with the crime scene. Which part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by Trucy's new position? Wait, what? With JME? What are you talking about? Oh yeah, with you. Yeah, with you I was. Yeah, because you asked me how I was doing, so I was wondering how you were going today, because you I guess you had to take a break for something. So, part of the culprit's cover-up attempt is affected by the new position. Blood in the coffin hole, edited show footage, or finger. I think it was the blood in the coffin hole. Oh, you just finished drawing for 8 hours. Nice. I thought it was very productive. Thinking Trucy had appeared on the left, the culprit must have put the blood in the left hole. The blood was eventually discovered in the right hole during the police investigation. You made an emote? Nice. Nice. That's good progress then. The killer originally put the blood on the left side. That means he must have tampered with the scene again afterwards to make it line up with the facts. But the crime seemed consistent with the facts. The culprit must have dropped the set piece, wiped off the fingerprints. That didn't happen. It would have to be swapped the coffin sides. So when you say you made an emote, did you make it for did you just make it for someone, or have you, because if you made the emote, have you, if you've got it up on Twitch, post it in the chat. I want to see what you made, if you haven't already, done so. That's right, the left and right panels of the coffin are interchangeable. Culprit must have switched the two panels to make the bloodstain fit the facts. But the switch might have also given rise to something unnatural. Well, remember now. There was something unnatural about the coffin, and it's just the evidence I need. Sorry, Mr. Ratins, but I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Another bluff, is it? There's no way you have anything of the kind. My magic is real, No, there are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. After the murder, you switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? Because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. This proves a bunch of routines tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place. It would have to be the fingerprints, because we haven't found out who that unknown party is yet, so... Actually, no, we did find who the unknown party was. It was, thing. The fingerprinting results. What about the fingerprints is unnatural? Let's take a look at the prints the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? The victim was facing forward in the coffin. His print should have looked like this. Yeah, and then because they were facing in a different way, I remember. However, what we found was they were facing the opposite direction. It's quite unnatural for the prints to be facing this way, wouldn't you agree? It is strange, isn't it? How did they get this way? They got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone according to script. The culprit thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin. And that Miss Wright would also pop up to the left of the coffin, as per the show's script. He then assumed she had thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put blood in the left hole when he was trying to cover up for his crime. Sometime after leaving the bloodstain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found out, due to Bonnie's mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right of the coffin. And that despite the script, Miss Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. In short, the hole with the blood in it was on the side opposite the one Trucy used. To make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So we tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels. And not all the fingerprints on the coffin ended up backwards? Does the culprit switch the two side panels around? prints ended up facing the opposite direction. But instead of going to all that trouble with the panels, why didn't the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side? I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called luminol testing. Wait, luminol! I almost forgot! Luminol can detect trace amounts of blood, even if it's been wiped away, right? That's right. Wiping the blood away would only serve as proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Ratins? I did a pretty good job figuring out the trick, didn't I?
Objection.
Trilogy Wright could have done the same just as easily. You have no proof that it was this witness. Tamper with the evidence.
Objection.
But I do have proof. A person who was in the magic show would never have made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all, Miss Wright, you surely would have remembered she was on the other side. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Why, you impudent? Sure you've realized by now, Prosecutor said Marty, that your claim that Miss Wright is the culprit just doesn't hold up. You and the accused are most certainly bound for hell. Really? Miss Wright and I? Because I think you're the one with the ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. Breaks his rosary beads and they smack him in the face as well. Rosary beads just knock him out. Prosecutor somebody, are you alright? As for the true culprit, he is someone who knew how the show was supposed to go, but didn't actually see it. And someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident. And the only person who fits the bill is you, Roger Ratins. Okay, what's your breakdown gonna be like? Grammary! All the secrets of your tricks have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been cancelled. Permanently. What's the breakdown gonna be like? All of my secrets have been revealed, you say? Don't make me laugh, boy. Mine is the true real magic. There are no secrets revealed. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mr. Reals. Is he gonna try and disappear? Witness a magic far greater than true Gramarys. But... wait. I thought he was gonna start. Crumble! Fall to my furious flames! The great Mr. Reals! I'll bring an end to you all! And now for the final heir to the Grammarly name. Right here, right now. You too. So... huh? No, this isn't right! No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. What? Stop! No! Curse you, Grammarly! Curse those Grammarys. It's all because of them. Even now they wound me. Curse them all to the abyss. Yeah, I don't think... do you really hate us that much? Did your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man? You're damn right, you had no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. Your grandfather, Magnifique Grammarly, kicked me out after I got hurt practicing my magic. He said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. He threw me out of the troupe just because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, it was always my dream to become a great magician. But that Magnifi, he took it all from me. But that's no excuse. That's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not used as a means for murder. What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me, that's all. I get it now. That attitude towards magic. That's why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician. Don't deserve? I don't know about that. Are you about to try and do something? After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for my lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak. I mean, that's why we have courts. You're right, I didn't see through your tricks. You see, so in the end, Trick Grummery was defeated by the great Mr. Roos. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trilogy Wright. You didn't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. You can actually take that, Grummery, you lose. For some reason, I'm expecting to try and set the courthouse on fire. If anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on, it's this guy. This court and my prison can both burn in the flame. Never mind. I was correct. He's gonna try and set the damn courthouse on fire. Bailiff, take Mr. Returns away. And bring a fire extinguisher just to be safe. Looks like they've reached the end. I feel as though I've been watching a grand magic show. It's close, but we just barely made it through somehow. Why does Tracy look so down? Miss Wright? Yes, Your Honor. I want to announce my verdict. Do I see that wonderful smile of yours? That smile of a true entertainer, as I do. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, this court finds the defendant Trilogy Wright. Alright, everyone, we're about to get that not guilty verdict. Not guilty. Now we get the confetti as well. It was like confetti in the first case because it was in Khura'in. Get the confetti. Get the celebration as well. Court is adjourned. Alright, that's case 2 finished. 3 more to go. And then the DLC case obviously is separate. April 28th, District Court, Defendant, Lobby number 3. Thank you for everything, Polly. Oh, Trucy, grazie a Dio. Now you can open your show tomorrow, just as planned. Yep, and it's all thanks to you two. Now that Mr. Roos is gone, I need to find somebody to replace him. I don't like the way she's looking at me. Trucy, I'm so sorry about everything. Hey, what are you apologizing for? Roger pretends used us, we're victims too. Even made me an accomplice to murder. But Betty, we have to take some of the blame for this too, you know. Even if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mr. Mystery, we did cooperate with him. It's all my fault, isn't it? Neither one of you is to blame. The only one in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder, Roger pretends. Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but don't think for a second that I don't still hate you. Guess she really does hate me. But Betty, why? You used to be a huge fan of Trucy's. Hey, shut up! I always hated her. Really? But if we hadn't seen Trucy's magic, Magic show? We never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right? Speak for yourself. Betty, you still have an autograph from that day. Just shut up. Is she acting that way this whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? Wow, Trucy, I never knew that being the best could be so tough. Come on, Bonnie, we're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show. You're really excited about performing with Trucy again, aren't you? That's not true, so zip it, dummy. Polly, you think I really am a naive greenhorn? No way, she's not. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, weren't you not? Not for that lawyer over there, you'd be on the way to prison as we speak. You're right, I didn't see through your tricks. You see, so in the end, Trick Gramarye was defeated by the great Mr. Rios. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy Wright. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Thank you for the like, Cupid. Hope that you're doing well today. Hope that, you are enjoying Persona 5 Royal, because, I've been seeing a lot of that recently. It's nice to, nice for more people to experience the Persona games. I might be going back to Persona 3 Reload. I might go back to Persona 3 Reload after this game, if the DLC is free. I should probably check that, actually. If the game has a free update, that means that'll be our next game, because it means I can finish it, and then hopefully delete the, because there's no, unfortunately there's no, I should check that now, actually. I should just check something, Reload episode I guess. I know it does cost money. It's weird though, because it's like, there's nothing on the PS4 site that suggests that there's... No, it's free. Free to claim on and keep on Game Pass. But the weird thing is that it's like, is it on PS4? I just realized this now. It might not show up in the actual, thing here. It's weird. It's not showing up in the, Really? That's what it is? Okay, so it's... It's not showing... It's so stupid. It says not available to purchase. But it says PS4, PS5, and yet it's like, I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to probably look it up and figure out how I even play it. It says this content can only be purchased by purchasing the Persona 3 related expansion pass, and yet when if I check my actual like PS4 like stuff here, if I check this, there's no actual expansion pass in this drop down menu. So maybe I have to wait until I have to go and check it. It's weird. I don't know. If it costs money, I won't be playing it next, but now that I know that it costs something, it's like, well, I may as well just wait. Should have figured that it was not gonna... Should have been part of the main game in the first place, to be honest. Well, maybe a little. Didn't see through his tricks. Let myself be taken in by his magic. Can't trust myself anymore. Maybe he was right to call me a greenhorn. Shouldn't take stock in his words. Doesn't even know the first thing about you. You're a wonderful Gramarye magician. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you, Apollo. What makes you say that? Now you're a wonderful Gramarye magician because of this. We do have the notebook, so obviously this would make you the... Yeah, this would make sense. Just yell it at her. This is why you're a good magician. Your grandfather's notebook. Gramarye Creed. true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. When you performed your magic trick in front of court today, you showed the world your dedication to your troop's creed. Even through all the jeering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You were everything Magnifier could have hoped for in an am. You're a great magician, Trucy. Great magician? Me? You really are. That's why you don't have to worry about what Pretend said. Polly, thank you still. Could have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I'd been up there all alone. I was able to keep on smiling because of you. I remember what you said to me in the detention center. After all, you're sure you swapped the swords, right? Yes, I remember doing it. Now, I just know it wasn't your fault, Trucy. How can you say that? Don't have any proof it wasn't me. I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but I believe in you, Trucy. I believe in your skill as a professional magician. So I'm gonna prove your innocence. Don't worry, you're gonna be fine. What kept me going? Apollo, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I was meant to be. Trish's real smile is the best. I'm so glad I could help make that happen. Emma, I'm really sorry, Trucy, for everything. But why? Well, I wasn't able to convince Prosecutor Sudmarty what a good person you are. To testify against you, too. You have nothing to apologize for. You were just doing your job. You're too kind. Oh, I don't know about that. Something wrong, Emma? Oh, it's Prosecutor Sudmarty. What are you doing here? Detective Sky. Yes? I require your forensic expertise in order to close this case. Come, let us go. Wait, Prosecutor Sudmarty? The trial is over, Mr. Justice. You and I are strangers once more. No further need to interact. Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me? You've really changed, Nayuta. Telling me to let it go and stuff. What happened to you? Oh, lawyer of impure soul. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Are you serious, Nayuta? Now, if you'll excuse me. Hang on one second. Get your shout out real quick. Thank you for the raid, NS Gaming. You had a good stream today. Let me give you a shout out real quick. Go there. Oh, I did the wrong thing. It's this. Welcome in, Raiders. We have just completed case 2 of the third game of this. So I do a lot of platinum speedruns, platinum trophy speedruns, Switch games, reaction videos, all sorts of things like that. We're playing some. I saw you were playing Fighters earlier, Dragon Ball Fighters. I heard that they've updated it somehow. So I'm wondering how they actually updated it, what they changed. No, that isn't a... No, that wasn't a bot. No. Nightbot is a separate program. It's, you download it, it's basically internet-based, and you can be like, hey, I can, like, put in commands and stuff. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I have, that's all fine. Yeah. Thank you very much for the follow. Thank you for the raid. You had a good stream. You enjoyed some of the fighting games. Yeah, it technically is a bot, but it's one that I have set up, so, I am Skynet. That is why. This isn't actually my real skin. I'm actually a robot underneath all of this. Yeah, thank you very much for the raid, and you've been teasing art people. Very interesting. What did they update, by the way? Cause I have not played Dragon Ball FighterZ in years. I have not played the game in a while. What did they actually update? Because I'm a bit disappointed that they haven't added more characters and stuff. Because I really enjoyed playing that game. Yeah, the art selling bots are always around. They're always usually funny too. But again, it's fine. We deal with them as we are. What was that all about, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor said Marty? See, I get more annoyed by the link ones, but they're pretty easy to block. But like the art, at least when the art people come in and tell me, hey, I'm making channel art, they're at least adding to a view and they're following. It's like, yeah, okay, that's fine. You're actually just helping my channel grow, so thank you for that. Like, let's just say we're old acquaintances. Acquaintances? Seems like something more than that. Yeah, well. Don't like to talk about your past? Do you? I might have to go check what FighterZ did. I haven't played that in a long time. I was hoping that they would make a second game. But I don't know if they're going to do that. Like, I'm guessing that they're going to focus on Tenkaichi instead, which, that comes out next month? I think, Tenkaichi comes out next month. Sparkling Zero. Not Tenkaichi. Sparking Zero. I think Sparking Zero comes out next month. That's probably what they're focusing on at the moment. Although I would love to have another FighterZ. Guess I'll have to talk about it someday. But for now... Every character got buffed in a way that gives you the more free flow to combos and Sparking Blast. Has more options now for more Touch of Death. Oh, okay. So every character just... So they've just added in an entire... They've added... I thought it was just going to be a simple, like, update with the thing. No, they've added actually a lot of, Okay, they've added a lot of content then. I'm curious now. They wouldn't do this if they weren't trying to keep it alive, or if they weren't trying to experiment with other stuff. I'm wondering if they're going to make a second FighterZ, or they're going to update by adding more characters. That's nice, though, that they're still keeping the game, keeping the game going, though. I did have a lot of fun with that. It's a very, very fun, fun game. Sure if you say so. It's Mr. Wright. I don't know what it's been. Just these last couple of DBZ games. We've got FighterZ, which was really good. I really enjoyed Kakarot. That was a very good game. And Sparking Zero looks promising. Even Breakers. I didn't play Breakers, but Breakers looked kind of fun. Basically like a, it looked interesting. What's up, Mr. Wright? Paula, how's Trucy? What happened at the trial? Did you get a not guilty verdict? Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine. Hi, Daddy. I'm okay now. She was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Plus, we've saved the office. It's a great victory for Apollo. It's a lot off my mind. Can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort any time. Me? Really? Yes, you. You're a real full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes. Full-fledged lawyer? Still can't wrap my mind around it. Thank goodness you were there to take care of everything. Thank you, Apollo. Also, Havoc, if you're still here, I think one of the, in the Brotherhood Discord, I think one of the people who reached affiliate hasn't got the, you haven't, their link is still appearing in the non-affiliate section. Gave characters more moves, buffed all characters' moves. Second patch it was promised more. Oh, okay. I didn't realize. Okay, so they actually had a. They had a. No, Connor. Connor Hope, I think it was. I think his link was still appearing in non-affiliate when he reached affiliate about a few days ago, I think. Yeah, it was a good run. That's what I'm saying. 6 years for a fighting game. That was, you know, that they haven't done in a long time. That's a really good run. Like that's considering how popular fighting games are now with Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and Tekken. Already being really successful, like, and fighters, and then like everything else before then. 6 years was a really good run, so I'm hoping that they make another one. But it's just one of those things. Yeah. Yeah, Spiking Zero is going to be very good. I'll have to wait to get it because of I haven't got a PS5, but I'm really looking forward to Spiking Zero quite a bit too. I'm wondering. I saw when they was it last? It was at Gamescom. They showed a list of characters, and one of the characters was still had a question mark over them. So I think they're still gonna. I think there's gonna be a mystery character. Yeah, it's all good. I just noticed it and I forgot it. Because sometimes people become affiliated and they don't have the notifications. So, but yeah, Spiking Zero definitely going to be something that's again. I love the Tenkaichi games. Budokai Tenkaichi 2 I played so much on the PS2. Any character I'd like to see in that game? You know what? Let's go and see what the confirmed character list is at the moment. See if there's anyone that I haven't got. Because there's a lot of. Character I'd like to see in the game. I know that they're covering. I'm assuming that they're going to cover balls. I'm assuming they're going to cover all of them. Characters I would like to see. Baby Vegeta from GT. Pycon from Z. I always like General Tao as a character. That would be kind of cool to have him as the a mercenary Tao in the game. Super-wise, I haven't watched a lot of Super. I'd like to see like Super get some like some of the newer characters. Like we're gonna get all the transformations. We're gonna get all that stuff. If I had to pick a character from each, like Ball, I would say mercenary Tao. Z, I think Pycon would be a cool character to include. GT, I Baby Vegeta, like the main form. I think it's Super Baby Vegeta 2. Super. Who would I want from Super? I mean, I like Goku Black's gonna be in the game. Jiren's gonna be in the game. Broly's gonna be in the game. Who's someone that's like out of the ordinary? That's not a transformation or a form. That's different. Because Android 17 is going to be in the game. Like, I'm trying to think of characters that have a low chance of getting in that might still get in. So that's why I was saying like Tao, Pycon. Who's a character that's like not really like canon, but not. You know what? They should do some of the Gods of Destruction. Do some of the Gods of Destruction that we haven't seen fight. So obviously Beerus and stuff are going to be added into the game. Do some of the Gods of Destruction that we haven't seen yet. That might be something. Because I feel like anyone that we're going to get, major hero or villain-wise, we're going to get. But like surprise characters, give me Pycon, give me Mercenary Tao, give me Baby Vegeta, and then give me someone, surprise me with Super. Give me an entirely new character. Make a character entirely new for the game. Maybe put a character in it that would be, Garlic Jr.? He was in Tenkaichi. Both Garlic Jr. and, both forms of Garlic Jr. were in Tenkaichi, so it's always possible. Like, again, if we're looking at the roster that Tenkaichi had, it had most of the movie characters, it had, GT characters, but I feel like they're going to... I feel like we're not going to get as many playable characters. I think they're going to limit them because I want to try and make the thing more, so... I'm trying to think of characters that were, like... They're probably not going to be in, but I would like to see them, so that's why I was thinking, like, non-canon or movie characters, so, yeah, I'd go with those. Pycon, General Tao, Baby Vegeta, and, like, someone that's, like, maybe a different god character. Or maybe, put a character that they're gonna make a movie about, like, I don't know. Because I think all the characters I would think of normally are already gonna be in the games. Like, most of the transformations, like, you know Goku in every single one of his transformations is gonna be in the game. It just is what it is. By the way, might be able to make it tomorrow's show, so I was hoping I could go. Is that for me, won't you? Of course. Miss it for the world. Because that's one other thing we have to consider. When the game comes out, it's not going to be the full roster. Like, we know what the pre-order bonuses are. We know what the special edition stuff is. We know what's going to be in the game. Or at least we have an idea. This game's going to have multiple DLCs. Like, the fact that Xenoverse still gets supported after umpteen many years that it's been out. We're going to be getting DLC and expansion packs for... Kakarot is still getting support. We're going to be getting a lot of extra content, so... They could include none of the movie characters, but then all of a sudden be like, hey, here's the first DLC, and we give you all the characters that are from the movies. Like, the villains and stuff. Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? My assistant, right? Just asked me to go cheer you on. Okay, then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly. Best seat in the house? Really appreciate the thought, but... Good, then it's settled. Yeah, it is kind of hard. There's just so many characters. Like, how do I still got this up, right? How many characters did, Okay, so... Tenkaichi 3 had 98 characters. So Tenkaichi 3 came out in, what, PS2 era, so 2007. Tenkaichi 3 had 98 characters and 161 forms. So... Yeah, and then, like, the fact that they're mentioning specifically, like, that it's going to include obscure characters from throughout the series... That makes me wonder if they're gonna go even deeper into the game. And like into the lore and stuff. What would be cool though is maybe they should make Toriyama into a character. That would be something that they should do as well. Like obviously Toriyama passed away earlier this year, but you know what? Like do that. Make a character. Make an Akira Toriyama character as a tribute. That would actually, I think that would be really nice. Like, again, like, that way we have a, or I'd Toribot as a character. Do that. Like, I think that would be fun. Do something like that. Hachiyak? Oh, yeah, right, Hachiyak as well. Yeah, definitely. Put Hachiyak in. That was his only... Okay, yeah, put him in, yeah, put Hachiyak in. Why not? That's an obscure movie. Yeah, put Hachiyak in. Because I'm assuming we're gonna get Salmax. I'm assuming we're gonna get Beast Gohan. We're gonna get, what's the Piccolo form called again? The orange Piccolo form. We're gonna get all those. It's just one of those things, like, every character that is at least somewhat important will have their most powerful form in the game, so... You know, Ultra Ego and Ultra Instinct will be in the game, you know, Gohan Beast will be in the game, Orange Piccolo, 17, you know, all those characters are going to get their form. Goku Black, Rose, Goku Black, Fusamasu, you know, all those characters are going to be in there. So the more obscure characters is, I think, where I would like to... Hardjack would be a good character. But if that's really the only time he's been in it, like, he has to be in it at some point. I'm assuming I'm going to get Cellmax as well.
Objection!
Should have known. Oh, we're getting dragged into the magic show. But this was what you meant! Magical girl Phoenix Wright will now perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic. Wait a minute, you're kidding, right? There is a trick or gimmick, right? I'm too young to die. Now then, Mr. Hat, you know what to do with that sword. Yeah, my idea of the Toriyama thing I think that's an idea, because, I mean, technically this game was in development already when he was alive, but, are we gonna get Daima characters in this? That's another thing I'm thinking, too. Like, when does Daima comes out soon, doesn't it? The cheap, not the, when does that come out, actually? When does Dragon Ball Daima come out? Because that anime is coming out very soon. Yeah, the anime is coming out next month. Literally next month. The same day, I think, as, Sparking Zero's release. I just realized that now. I think it's the same day, or almost the same day. Sparking Zero, the video game, is coming out the same day as Dragon Ball Daima, the new animated series. The one where they're all, you know, younger. They both come out the same day. Yeah, October 11th for both. So there might be some Dragon Ball Daima characters also in, there might be some Daima characters within, that has to be something. A new anime and a new video game coming out on the same day. There has to be some sort of connection there. Like, there actually has to be something. Oh, you're talking about, like, the more obscure... Well, they did say more obscure characters, so you're saying you want stuff like, you want stuff that they've done for... What's that, what's the Dragon Ball anime? Not the anime, the, what's it called? Dragon Ball, What's the anime called? Not the anime, there's like a series where they have, like, the Super Saiyan 4 Broly and stuff. It's, I can't remember what its name is. The one with Bardock and stuff. Timebreaker Bardock and, yeah, Heroes. That's what I meant, Heroes. Yeah, Dragon Ball Heroes, where they do all the wacky forms and stuff, yeah. They could explore Dragon Ball Heroes as well. Yeah, like, do that. That would be good. Big render applause and plays ear-splitting screams. What kind of an ending is that? Yeah, they should do that. Explore, but I... If someone asked me which I would I prefer, more forms or more characters? I would prefer more characters. I think the idea of more characters is better than more forms because, you know, obviously Goku and Vegeta, the main characters, are going to be getting every single form. I would rather have more characters, because that way there's more variety. Like, I know that Dragon Ball is about transformations and about, you know, all that stuff, but it's like, you know, We don't necessarily need... If you're going to add the transformations, add it so that they can transform like they did in the previous game, so that they don't take up a slot. So it's like, okay, Goku can transform. Maybe do something where it's like Goku can pick, when you start playing as them, you can only pick 4 forms that you would, that you can go with, like, because I don't think that they would allow you to transform into everything. Maybe they would, because they did in the other games. That's case 2 finished. Yeah, I definitely think it's better to do more characters so we get more variety, as opposed to just a different skin of the same character. And like again, these Tenkaichi games have always been about the more obscure characters as like people that you won't expect. Like obviously we expect Goku, we expect Vegeta. We don't expect Pikkon. We don't expect, you know, Mercenary Tao. And I think they would have really cool movesets. Like, again, every character can fight each other. So it's, you know, one of my favorite characters to play as in the original Budokai games was Mr. Satan. I loved playing as him in the games. Okay, Rite of Turnabout.
Wakey wakey, 201. Got some more questions. Sound the alarm! Prisoner 201's escaped!
Well, you know, with Dad's back on the streets, things will be on the up and up for us.
Keep your voice down. You want that rebel hunter to find us or something?
Come on, we're small fries compared to... Huh?
Roshi, yeah, Roshi would be nice. And they can give Roshi, well, you know what? They can give Roshi the, they can give him his, the buff form from Super. Because, again, his buff form exists in, Tenkaichi, the Tenkaichi games. But they've updated the buff form, remember, from Super in the Tournament of Power. So, do that. Maybe add some of the more, like, unique, fighters from the Tournament of Power arc as well. Like Dispo, or, like, I think Hit's gonna be in. Hit should be there, Jiren's gonna be there, Toppo's gonna be there. But, like, you know, add some of the Tournament of, Power fighters. Okay, May 9th, 3:30 PM, Temple. Like, I don't think all the Pride Troopers will be in, but, like, add the important ones. Have Jiren, have Toppo, and have Dispo. Those are, like, the main 3. Or maybe do, like, maybe add, like, would they add all the Ginyu Force? Probably. It's so hard to know until you actually get into the thing. Like, if you're going to do a story mode, you assume that they're going to have the key characters. Because, again, Tenkaichi 2 and 3 had a story mode that expanded pretty much everything. Same thing with Kakarot, so... yeah, like, just... Then they can do Ginyu Force versus Pride Troopers. Obviously, that's a complete, like, massacre on the, from the, you know, it's a massacre of the Ginyu Force, but still, like... Do something like that. Do something really funny. Another fine day in the Kingdom of Khura'in. So peaceful here. Can't believe it's been 2 weeks already, but this place is really starting to grow on me. Still. But I think no matter how we think about the game, they're going to do, like, when I saw the pre-order stuff and the special edition, like, stuff that they had on the thing, like, there was so much stuff on the screen all at once. It's like, this isn't gonna be the last stuff. There's gonna be DLCs and expansion passes, just like there was for fighters, like, fully expected. Like, those sold really well. People get hyped up about the character. Like, again, there's no more Smash games anymore, so they don't make... I don't think they're planning on making any more Smash Brothers games, so... You know, the hype behind... Oh, who the next fighter is going to be is not there as much. Which is why you still get Street Fighter and Tekken reveals, and they're really fun, because you don't get the... Again, I can't explain how it felt when Ultimate was out, and every so many months, everyone was getting super hyped about who's the next Smash character gonna be, and now that doesn't exist anymore. Which is a shame, because those games were, you know, really fun. Now to do what I came here to do. See Maya. Long aesthetic training is finally coming to an end. Before it does, she said something about one last rite she has to perform today. Is it right? Oh, it's Albie. It's Albie. Happy Rocky. Hey, Albie. Happy Rocky. Oh, you've mastered the traditional greeting of Khura'in. I don't know about that, but I guess all that practicing is paying off. Have you gotten used to life at the temple? I'm grateful they're letting me stay here, but the mornings start a little too early for me. Yes, well, morning prayers do begin at dawn. After all, you can never pray too much. Daily devotion is very important here in Khura'in. Hats off to you guys. Don't know how you do it. Today's a special day, full of even more prayer than usual. There's something better in this world than being able to pray to your heart's content. I think of a few things I'd rather do. So what makes today so special anyway? When you don't know? Yeah, that's the thing, like, it's, now you can do it with, Spiking Zero and other fighting games. Like, again, Smash Ultimate will be missed, like, because again, that was the one game where it's like, the reps could come from anywhere, but again, Street Fighter did crossover. Could they? I don't know if they would do this. Do you think that Sparking Zero would do guest characters? It's probably not going to happen, but would guest characters be out of the possibility? Like, characters outside of the series? Because, I mean, we had Jump Force, but Jump Force wasn't really... There is one thing that I do want. Like, somebody needs to make a fighting game, like an actual fighting game with reps from all different fighting games. So someone from a couple from Tekken, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, you know, Yakuza, and just make a fighting game with those characters in it. They should do something. Because the closest we got was Smash Ultimate, because we got Terry, we got Ryu and Ken, we got... somebody needs to do that. It would be really hard because of everyone competing against each other, but it's like, can we make a game that's like from a mutual, developer, where it's just the best characters from most fighting games, and just have them all in the one game. It's a purification rite. It's only performed once a year. That's what Maya must have been talking about on the phone yesterday. But if it's possible other games have done it, then yeah, maybe it is. It's hard. Like, I don't know. I'm not sure how to think about the series at this point after Toriyama's passing, because I don't know who is in control of everything that's happening in this case. Like, we're getting a new series, we're getting a new game, but what do we get after those? because the people who determine that are gonna be... the people who determine that it's gonna be interesting to see what happens. If there's gonna be a lot more influence from other parties. I wonder what a role in it is. What exactly is Maya going to be doing for this purification, right? Didn't she tell you? She's playing the role of Lady Kira. It's only the most important part of the entire rite. The ultimate fighting game, it would be tough. I agree, but I think it can be done. It can absolutely be done. If each company gave like 1 to 2 reps and said, hey, we want to put these characters in a game, it would be really hard, but it would feel so satisfying to just see certain characters fight. The issue is like, how do you balance like characters who can do supernatural things versus characters who can't? Like Kazuma Kiryu is a normal guy who can fight people, but he doesn't have magical powers. He doesn't have stuff like that. But it would be hard just because certain places would want their reps to be more powerful than others. But I would just argue the fact that it's like, hey, why don't we just balance everybody and just have them fight? Like, nobody's gonna lose anything if Ryu loses to Scorpion, for example. Like, it's not like you're gonna lose money because all of a sudden Ryu beats Scorpion. It just means that it's a game. It's a video game. Like, these characters aren't real. It would be difficult, but I would like to see it pulled off if they could do it somehow. It's weird. Like, some places have done it. Like, you know, Jump Force kind of did it. Smash Ultimate kind of did it. It's like, they go up to a point, but they don't go all the way. Just need someone to go all the way there and say, hey, like, can we, like, try and make this work? But it is definitely hard, because you've got to make your own game, and stuff like that. It is definitely a difficult thing to... Licensing is... Yeah, that's the other thing as well. Tekken and Street Fighter, we haven't got that yet. Yeah, I don't think we're ever getting that game. Like, I don't think we're ever getting it. I think if we do get it, it would be... It's not gonna be called that. It's gonna be something completely different. I think we would have heard about something already. It's too difficult, because then it's like, well, Marvel vs. Capcom might get a new game. This Capcom Fighting Collection that's coming out might get some people excited about those games. They may make a new one, but it's going to be hard because Marvel is in Marvel's owned by Disney. Disney don't really like to... Hey, cheap viewers. No, I don't need those, thanks. Be gone, bot. You know what we do with the you kind here. Bots be gone. We don't believe in the bots. We don't need the viewer bots, thank you. It's one of those weird situations. You know, Disney owns Marvel. Disney are very protective of their copyright. The greatest owner of this humble tour guide's life. Who's this Lady Kira you mentioned? Allow me to explain. Once upon a time, hundreds upon hundreds of years ago, there lived a female warrior who fought valiantly. I'll stop you right there. I'm trying to think of what would the best possible way be that this could happen. I think the only way this could happen is you have a sole benefactor who has a game studio, who has a ton of money, and I mean a ton of money, and just basically goes to all of the other reps, like Capcom, like Marvel, like RGG, and just says, hey, I'm making this fighting game, and my idea of this fighting game is to have the best of the the best fighters from all these games possible compete against each other and just make a really fun fighting game, and I will pay you X amount of dollars if you give me some reps and just say, hey, can I use these characters in this game? I think that could pull it off, but I don't think that anyone is willing to do that, is the issue. You would need to have, like, someone with a lot of money and who happens to have a game studio that makes fighting games. It's hard to say. I don't know. I think companies are too gung-ho about competing with each other. It would have to take somebody with a passion for fighting games that has a lot of money to say, hey, I want to make this happen. That's the thing. See, NetherRealm and Warner Brothers did do the collab. They did Mortal Kombat DC Universe, but Warner Brothers now is completely different to how Warner Brothers was back then. Warner Brothers now, I don't think anyone wants to touch Warner Brothers with a 10-foot pole. NetherRealm would be a good choice because I don't think that they have as much thing, but they're also making a lot of money with Mortal Kombat. It's just really hard to determine, like... I think NetherRealm could do it. Could they get on... I mean, they're already getting a lot of collabs with other places, but... other fighting games, it's a little bit different. Like, they have a lot of collaboration with, I mean, what are they getting for the Mortal Kombat 1 DLC now? Conan the Barbarian, Ghostface, Terminator 2, Liquid Terminator. They're doing pretty well for themselves with these, movie tie-in, characters. Rambo, all the horror characters that they had. And then, like, same thing with Soul Calibur. Soul Calibur was getting, like, Ezio and Vader and Yoda were in the game. So it's almost like certain companies can get certain franchises, but nobody can have all of them. But maybe for the right price, someone could. The issue that I could see is, like, okay, not necessarily the characters, what type of fighting system would people agree on? That's why I'm thinking it needs to be a separate company. The company needs to be like, I'm making a fighting game, and this fighting game does this. It has a set certain, like, thing to do. It's just really, it's just to get the feeling I'm in for a really long... That's why Smash Brothers is such a good representation of something, because every character that they have in it has their own moveset, and they all act similarly in terms of, like, the same button presses, the same... Whereas, like, how do you add in, like, a super meter for Street Fighter, but then not have one for Mortal Kombat, but then have nothing for characters that don't have a fighting game, to... If they're going to bring in guest characters, how do you do that? Like, it would take a lot of money and a lot of time, but I would really hope that they did something. And a lot of legal issues as well. Like with all these companies buying each other out and wanting exclusives and not wanting to share the IPs and microtransactions, and it's too hard. It's probably just way too hard. Like, it's a pipe dream at this point, but I would like to see that. Such a bullet there. Supposed to finally see Miss Maya today. So we can wait. In the meantime, you can read up on the right with this. English guidebook. Where did you get this from? I had it just lying there in the temple library. Figured no one's using it, so I borrowed it. This book belongs to Maya. See, there's a name on the back. So I'm in keeping this for a while then. Rights guide, added to the court record, a guide to Khura'in's rights written for tourists. Because I now just realized what the biggest issue is. The biggest issue with making one of those games would be how much the characters would cost. Like, how much would it cost? Because, you know, if you're gonna go to Disney and say, I want Marvel characters, they're gonna be like, we want some real money. Capcom are gonna say, well, if we're gonna include our rep in the thing, we want some money as well. like NetherRealm and Bandai, I think they could definitely do it, but it's also like different studios, like America and Japan, you know, and all that sort of stuff as well. Like Sony could have reps, but again, this is Sony. Sony are in competition with everybody. Nintendo are kind of don't like to do, they like to do their own thing. It's just, it's a big balancing act. Like, the copyright stuff alone is just, what happens if, like, let's say one day, let's say that Kratos became a character, available in the game to play, and then a year later, Sony have a falling out with such and such company and say, we don't want to have our character in this game anymore, so then they have to remove it. All that sort of stuff. It's so difficult, and it's yeah. It'd just be a whole bunch of legal jargon that I do not understand, and just money. So maybe it's just better to have certain reps be like, you know, have if you're gonna make a fighting game, like do it with like PlayStation characters, do it with Nintendo characters. And then just have the guest characters be the thing. It'd be too hard, probably, but one can dream, right? Maybe when if we get to a point in time where there's no more, like, exclusivity of wars and console wars, where everyone can just be like, hey, we're happy. Could it be done years ago when games were more about passion? Yes. I would say yes. Like how do I put it? Okay, let's make a theoretical thing with this, right? Let's say that today's gaming landscape, in terms of what characters were available in the 90s. I would say absolutely, because even though PlayStation and Nintendo had that falling out, you know, Marvel vs. Capcom was popular, Mortal Kombat was popular, Street Fighter was popular, Tekken was popular. I think you could have a better chance if that was the case. Just because it felt like a different industry, because games weren't as... Now it's so much harder because games make so much money, and also just the way things are made. I think it's a little difficult. I would still say in some cases games were more about passion, like not every company is just really money hungry and wanting to release games as soon as possible and compete with each other. I still think there are plenty of games out there that are made with passion, but we're getting to a point now where it's like publishers are having way too much control over how a developer makes a game, and I mean, we mentioned it earlier, just look at WB. Look at WB, for example. Suicide Squad bombed. And instead of like taking the criticism on and you know, wanting to learn from that, they threatened to make their other titles live service. They're laying off people at Rocksteady because the game didn't sell well. You know, all sorts of stuff like that. Some of these publishers are becoming about, if we're not making any money on it, we're not gonna, you know, things. This money should already be at the site where the writers take place. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if anyone saw this today. Overnight, the PS4 Pro was announced. Right? So the PS4 Pro, the PS5 Pro was announced today. Okay, you know, so I was expecting it to be cheaper, or at least and it's more expensive. And you've got, if you want the disc drive version, you've got to pay an extra $70 to get the disc drive. And, you know, they're trying to make excuses of like, oh, well, more people might want to play. Like, it's really bad. It's very, very bad. You know, paying for paying money to play online, you know, a month, when people already have to pay for the game, pay for the console, pay for their internet, pay for their electricity, all this other stuff. It's like, we have to then pay for subscriptions to play online too. And all these games becoming digital, it's really bad. It's really bad for collectors. It's bad for the secondary market. It's bad for, if the game is really bad, and you can't refund it because it's a digital title. I'm afraid that we're going to get to a point where in time where digital purchases of games are going to have an expiry date where, you know, the game might only last so long, and they decide, oh, you no longer own this game. It's scary. It's really scary seeing everything go digital. What's the quickest way we can make a cheap buck and also, like, save as much money as possible without thinking of anything else? Just money, 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 money. And the one thing that they're making a mistake on is they're underestimating people who play games. They're underestimating our backlogs. They think that by raising the prices, it's going to make us want to keep buying it, whereas if you've got any sort of backlog at all, that you could stop buying games for 10 years and probably still have plenty of games that you have to catch up on and play. There's just so much content out there. There's just so much content out there when it comes to, like, I have friends that I talk to on a regular basis that have hundreds of game titles. They could stop buying games today and you would have how much time to play all of those games without having to buy any new ones. And you would still be satisfied. Yeah, I don't like subscription fees either. Just because it's, again, it's more money. Yeah, there you go. That's what I mean. You have 700 games deep into a back catalog. You could probably stop buying games for the rest of your life, and you would be set for the rest. You would be set. That's what I'm trying to say. I think they underestimate, like, there are people that can stop buying games and just sit on their backlog for a long time and be happy to get through their backlog, and then wait for the games to be really cheap. So raising the prices is not going to make any sense, because it just takes people having to hold back and say, I can thing, but yeah, I don't like subscription fees. I'm going on a bit of a rant, but still, it's like, I have a lot of passion about games. I'm seeing things happening that I don't like, and I think that voicing that is important, because, if we let everyone just walk all over us and tell us how much we have to pay for games and how we have to consume media and how we have to do that, I think that they're just gonna, you know, speak with our wallets, you know? If you don't like a game, you know, don't buy it. If you see something you don't like, you don't need to watch it. You don't need to feel compelled to watch it and join in review bombing or anything like that. Like, just try and ignore it as best as possible and just, you know, focus on what you enjoy and what you love, which is one of those things. So, Wright's Guide to Purification Rite is a 3-part ceremony held when the moon is directly over the summit at Mount Poniponi. Begins with the transformation rite. The high priest reads scripture, while a priestess dons the robes of Lady Kira, which have been purified with incense. But yeah, that's what I'm trying. My backlog is not as large as that, but I could probably get by, considering I'm streaming all of my titles, I could probably get by for several years without buying anything. Yeah, that's the other thing as well. Like, I feel like a subscription, you don't own it. You don't own the game. You don't... It also takes away from the passion, like you were saying before. If I have to buy a game via subscription, how can I trust them to have the same amount of passion to make the game good if it's just a subscription base? Like, it's just not... You know, the digital market is terrible. If I go online right now and I want to buy the next Call of Duty game, I have to pay $100 for the next Call of Duty game digitally. Whereas I could get the physical copy for $20, $30 cheaper. And then also they're not even considering that, like, the internet for certain parts of the world is really bad as well. So I'll give you an example, right? I'm streaming on Twitch right now. My, usually Twitch recommends 10 to 15 megabytes, minimum for streaming. I'm doing about 6,000. I'm doing like, 6 megabytes. And if everything goes digital, I have to download a game that's gonna be like 200 gig, and how long is that gonna take to download? And then imagine people who don't have that kind of internet. My internet's really bad compared to like America, for example. There are people that I know in the US that have 300 megabyte download speeds. Mine is 15. 15 megabytes versus 300 megabytes. I'm downloading way slower than the US in some cases. And then there are still countries way worse off than I am, where it's thing. Oh yeah, I agree. All this AI art and stuff like this is really killing the industry too. Like, all these companies making record profits, and then they're still laying people off. They're still laying people off. Yeah, I remember dial-up as well. I was, Australian internet is like 5 years behind the US, I would say. So wherever you were 5 years ago is probably where I am now. I remember the days of dial-up connection. I remember the sound, you know, the when you were connecting up to dial-up. I remember those days. I was when I was knee-high to a grasshopper. I remember those days of the dial-up connection. I'll never forget that. But like my internet speed, you have 100 megabits a second. I have 15, if that. So, imagine having to download like 300 gigabytes of games on that, and then imagine having even less, and how long it will take you. But I do feel bad about a lot of these companies, that it's like, record profits being made, and then we still have to lay people off. I don't understand. And all this AI garbage with making all the AI content and things, again, it's putting artists out of a job, it's putting audio people out of the job, it's putting a lot of people out of jobs because it's being abused by greedy corporate salesmen. Next is the Rite of Water, in which the priestess enters the spring dressed as Lady Kira, and the high priest purifies both Lady Kira and her dagger. The ceremony ends with the Rite of Fire, in which the priestess circles sacred flames to purify the soul. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Your basic for the company is 100 meg. My home internet is 15. About that. Well, 25, something like that. It doesn't always go to the highest. So you're looking at, like, my internet is like 4 times as slow as yours is. And I have the second highest package. I could go higher, but that costs a lot more money. And I don't justify paying the amount of money. Like, I'm not next to an exchange, so that's another thing as well. So that's a thing, but it's crazy. Like, Australia is, yes, it's you know, it's its own country. It's a thing, but it's like we are behind. We are behind a lot of places. We are behind a lot. So your standard package is probably around that. Mine is, I don't even think I could reach that even if I got to the most expensive package. It's just slow. But I will argue that once it gets to a certain speed, it doesn't matter. Because realistically, who's downloading gigabytes of... Once you're downloading like 100 megabits a second, do you really need anything faster? Like, you're dealing with minutes and compared to hours. I feel like if I had 100 meg, that would probably be satisfying to me. Like that's a gig in 10 seconds. Like I think that would be. If I can get to that, that's fine. That's it. No need to worry about everything else. And 2 then devote themselves to prayer until the rite comes to a close 2 days later, noontime. So basically, the whole thing's a fancy way for them the lady Kira take a bath once a year. Must be nice of her. But it is just one of those things. Like, I think internet speed, once it gets to a certain point, you don't need any more. Because you're already downloading fast enough as it is, and it's like, I can wait 5 minutes versus waiting 15 hours or something for a game to download. That's the best way to look at it. Plaza of Devotion. I wonder if Maya's matured any since I last saw her. I'm a mountaintop, so it might get a little cold though. Think I can handle it. Yeah, it's different for every country for sure. Because some countries get used for testing grounds. So was it Indonesia? Might be Indonesia or like the Philippines or something like this. They have really fast internet because they are used as like a testing ground to see how fast things go, and they're just very technological things. So we have a similar thing here. So Tasmania, you know, the country, Tasmania the state, the little island below, you know, Australia. A lot of our internet speeds get tested there because there's forest areas that range, you know, several miles or kilometers. And they just use that as a testing ground to see how the internet will work for mainland cities. So other countries do the same thing. They will use a country like the Philippines or Indonesia with lots of population, but not a lot of structure, and test their internet. And so some places just get natural faster internet than others. If I looked it up now, I'm sure the Australian there's a list of all the Australian. You know what? Let's have since we're on the topic. Let's see. Fastest internet speed per country, by country. Alright, let's have a look, shall we? Just for curiosity. This is 3 years old, so it doesn't really count. So let's go with fastest internet for, like, your broadband internet. So, Singapore, Hong Kong, Chile, United Arab Emirates, China, Thailand, US, Denmark, Iceland, France. That's your top 10 right there. So the US, in terms of their internet speed, is 7th. Behind, you know, Singapore and Hong Kong and those countries as well. Australia is... Okay, let me tell you that New Zealand has better internet speed than Australia does. Let's go down the list, shall we? Let's go down the list. The UK has better internet speed than us. Okay, Australia, our top speed, the tippy top speed that we can get, I believe, is 54 megasecond. So the fastest I can get for like the fastest that we can. And that's, keep in mind, that is probably, that's the highest that you can reach. That's not home, that's not based on your home, that's not based on your, that is probably the fastest speed you'll get if you're directly next to the exchange. Compared to the US, for example, which the fastest speed they can get is 215 meg a second. The highest is 264. But if you look at all of the countries that are above us, it's amazing how far further behind we are compared to things. The Bahamas gets more internet speed. Jamaica gets more internet speed. What other countries have we got? The UK speed, 84. 84, so they're an entire 30 meg higher than we are. Now this is 3 years ago, so that's not really count, but still. 3 years ago, they were 30 meg ahead of us in terms of their internet speed. A lot of tropical islands, like you can see in the list. Yeah, Vietnam's here. It's weird. Yeah, like I'm looking at this list. Like I can understand Poland. I can understand Sweden. I can understand South Korea. You know, I can understand all those countries. Panama, 148 speed. New Zealand, 163. New Zealand is like 110 meg faster than we are. So it could be because of the main pipelines, but still, that is that's a big stat. It's almost as good at the internet speed in New Zealand is almost as good as Canada and Japan. So it is an interesting list. Like the US is 7th, but it's like, you know, a lot of the Singapore, Hong Kong, Chile, UAE, China, Thailand, and then US. It's interesting to see how all those things work. So yeah, that just goes to show how fast the internet speed is compared to, or how slow the Australian internet is behind everyone else. Yeah, it's fun to read. It's fun to read all of this stuff and just see like what speeds were like. And again, that speed that I saw was the top speed. No one's getting 54 megasecond without like, I guess right at the peak, I guess. So obviously downgrade it from that point, you know. So that's why I have like 15. But it is interesting to like look at and see like, hey, Jamaica just randomly has more internet speed than we do. Who's first? Singapore. Singapore. Yeah, I knew it was one of the countries. It was like, I thought it was Indonesia, but it's Singapore. Singapore has massive internet because a lot of the testing gets done there. They're very good with technology, and also they have they're good with technology. A smaller country, and also a lot of people within that area, and they also are very good for using for testing to see how internet works. So that's why they have a big amount, because a smaller country, a big group of people in a small area, and also just a lot of testing that they can try out. And again, look at the US. The US is giant. They have to cover a lot of area, but they're able to do so because they have the resources and they have the amount of people. Australia has less than 40 million people, so yeah, it's just one of those things. When you look into it and stuff, it's like it's interesting to read about. It's so cold. It's like the air itself is made of ice. But all these people. This is the day we come to offer prayers to Lady Kira, the protector of our land. It's amazing to see how devoted everyone is. Devoted? Right. Couldn't they just as easily do all this praying someplace warmer? But I always say when it comes to, like, anything in general, really, like, studying other countries and studying how they do things often leads to innovation in something. In one way or another. Like, understanding what another country is able to do typically means, oh, in a couple of years' time, we'll probably be able to do that. That's why I said Australia's about 5 years behind what the US is. I think I calculated it around that, based on discussion with someone else who was in my stream, talking about the internet speed. Because it felt like I was on dial-up for... I don't think my internet got to a point where I didn't have to worry about, I think I did it by, because I'm not sure if you remember, before you had unlimited internet where you could just use, I think sometimes you had like a limit per month. Like, oh, you have 80 gig before it goes back to a slower speed. Or something like that. Because nowadays you don't have that. Now it's like, you can use as much internet as you want within the month, nobody cares. But way, you know, maybe like... I was going to say like 10 years ago. It's probably longer than that. They used to have caps where it was like you only get like 100 gig of fast internet, and then at that point, once you had the fast internet, you then go back to the slow until the next month passes. I think I calculated that someone in the US I was talking with, they got rid of that at a certain point, and I said, no, we still had that at that point. So I think I said it was about 5 years. Same thing for dial-up, same thing for all that. It's an interesting little discussion there, though. Further up at the end of those stairs is the inner sanctum. See, everyone I've met so far seems to be religious. What is very interesting though about the internet is that you would expect India to be up there very high because in terms of networking, like networking for connecting up IPs and routers and all that stuff, you would expect them to be up there really, really high. Not that they actually aren't. They're not as high as some of those other countries that I mentioned. They're higher. They're much higher than I am, but you know, again, a lot of high-paying IT jobs are in India. When I say high-paying jobs, I'm talking like 6 figures, 6-figure salaries. Khura'in is also known as the land of prayer. It's said that we Khura'inese spend an average of 15 hours a day in prayer. 15? Remember, we wake to the moment we fall asleep. Our hearts are always in prayer. See all the square flags around here? They're known as prayer flags. They're the prayers of our people. Just talking about these colourful strips of cloth. There's something red on each one. Such piety is the glory of our people, and I'm afraid that story is going to have to wait for another time. Maya should be here any minute now. Yeah, you're right. Can't wait to see Miss Maya again. Pardon me, O noble traveler. Oh, who is this? Oh, it's Maya. Maya? Maybe? Yes? No?
How do you fare, Mr. Wright?
It is.
It's been many a day.
It's Maya.
And
Maya's back.
who might you be? Maya?
Biraki, I'll be. And you, Mr. Wright, may the Holy Mother guide you on your journey. Okay, so she's 28 now. Okay, yeah, that will make sense, because Pearl was 17, so, yeah, she would have been around, like, 18, 19-ish in the last time we saw her. Practitioner of the Khura'in, channeling technique, we used to take on all sorts of cases together. Thanks. Long time no see, Nick. Oh well, did I surprise you with my act? Yeah, you can say that again. This is Maya Fey. She was a spirit medium from Khura'in village back home. She was also my assistant for quite some time. That was many years ago. Her ability to channel spirits saved me more times than I can count. Sure miss those days. It's a ton of fun being the real boss of Wright & Co. law offices. Now she's here, trained to be the leader of Khura'in village and the master of her craft. Apparently, to become the master of the Khura'in channeling technique. You have to train here in Khura'in, since this is where the technique originated. Didn't that sound just like a pious nun when you just saw me just now? Too bad that's all I learned from the training I did. You haven't changed a bit, Maya. What's that supposed to mean? may look a little more mature on the outside, but inside she's the same old Maya. I'm actually kind of glad for that. Let's talk to you, of course. Why not? Hey, what happened, Nick? You ended up in court almost as soon as you got off the plane, huh? Yeah, well, it's kind of a long story. I was the accused. You should have seen Mr. Wright in action. He was amazing. That was another one of your famous seat of your pants come from behind wins, huh? Well, I was almost found guilty any number of times. Guess it wasn't my finest hour, so sue me. You haven't changed a bit either, Nick. Ouch, it definitely stings more when it's coming from her. So I guess you finished the bulk of the training needed to become the master, right? Oh, you mean the special meditation course for increasing spiritual power? Yep, I completed the full 2 years. I can finally go home once I perform the purification rite today. I was wondering why they're having a foreigner conduct one of their sacred rites. The High Priest's wife usually conducts it each year. With her baby on the way, it's just more than she could handle. So the High Priest practically begged me to stand in for her this year. Well, you may not know all of her customs, but with your training, I'm sure she'll do great. You bet. Just you wait, Nick. You're gonna be the best Lady Kira, guardian deity ever. Better throw in a few prayers for things to not end up in a burnt, flaming disaster. I like that they actually spelled deity wrong, because, check this for a second. Yeah. They spelled deity wrong here. They spelled it as deity. But then they have deity written as the thing here, so, yeah. Spelling mistake. We found a spelling mistake. How that guardian deity would be portraying today. What exactly are we talking about here? Well, first of all, Lady Kira isn't really a deity in the way we think of them back home. She's a real person who fought to establish the kingdom of Khura'in a long time ago. That's the character that we saw at the start of the... This is the character we saw at the start of the, case, actually. Well, she actually existed. Now the kingdom's people worship her as a guardian deity. I believe she appears to protect the kingdom whenever it's in danger. Cloaked in a sacred robe, she's a champion of justice who defeats the kingdom's enemies. Sounds like something you'd be into. No, right? Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who takes on evil with a wicked dagger? Right, whatever floats your boat. Still, Lady Kira must really be probably a deity if all these people are here for her. Yep, but there's more to it than just her popularity this year. There's more? The right's popularity. Okay, I think I'm gonna take a quick break. Just to get up and do some stuff. I'm gonna still be streaming, but yes, right before we do that, I'm gonna just set up the break screen, and then I will be back in probably like a couple of minutes. We'll just have to see. So let's make sure that this is working again. So I will be back then. Mute the audio. Desktop audio, do that. And break screen, go. Please don't like stuff up the audio again. Never mind, it did. It always does that. Alright, wait for it to refresh a bit. You're back. You're back. You're back. Unfortunately, I am back. The music is gone, and I am back. I have returned from getting repaired. Let's just bring this all back to the thing. I appreciate that you like the music. If only I could have claimed it was mine, but it is not. Alright, let's make sure everything's working again. Here we go. Alright, there we go. Music back, game music back, mic on, and audio off. There's audio off. Alright, we're back. We're back. I keep saying that, but we're back. Right back into it, shall we? So why is this ride attracting such a large crowd this year? There's been actual sightings, you know, of the real deal. I'm to explain. A mysterious figure clad in Lady Kira's robes appeared just like in the legends. She began capturing members of the Defiant Dragons right and left. Kidding, right? That's only a matter of time since you get to the leader, the revolutionary Durkee. Too. Or Dirk, they said his name was actually, yeah. So Lady Kira's a rebel hunter now, huh? It's about to swallow, though, and even if they are trying to disrupt the peace, that the actions of a band of rebels can bring a legendary figure back to life. Didn't believe it at first either. What? Hang on one second. Did Twitch just break? No. No? That's weird. Did the chat, no. Twitch log is fine. Upload's fine, upload's fine, uploading's fine. For some, I guess chat must have just refreshed, because it's telling me welcome to the chat room again. I hope that hasn't stuffed up anything else there. Hopefully it's still working for you. For some reason it told me that it said it was connected to the chat again, so I don't know if it booted everyone out or not. It's a real picture of her in the front page of today's newspaper. Sightings of her go back about 2 years. This is the first actual picture of her to ever be taken. Can't believe someone was able to actually capture her on film. Couldn't this just be some Lady Kira fan? You know, like you, Maya? I mean, like a cosplayer? These rebels are no joke, Nick. They're trained in hand-to-hand combat and stuff. Think some regular cosplayer can take on people like that dressed in a costume alone? I don't know, I've seen some cosplayers in my day, and they sure look like the real thing. That's why she has to be the real deal. Gives me chills just thinking about it. That Lady Kira's spirit possessed the sacred robe or something. Spirit possessing a piece of clothing? We should cut back on all those action superhero shows, Maya. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? You're just jealous that I'm still young at heart. I've got a real office to run now, so I gotta keep it real, right? Don't know who you're talking about, but that's definitely not me. You've really lost your edge since I last saw you. Those spikes of yours have really grown dull. There's even one that's drooping. Can I leave my hair out of this? Anyway, I swear that Lady Kira people have been spotting as the real deal. Besides, just so much more to believe it's true, you know. Can't believe you really buy all that. Although I wonder who's under that robe. 29th newspaper, record, a newspaper from the morning of the purification rite. It reports on Lady Kira's activities, among other things. Mr. Wright, she's the talk of the town. She even gave you this great new food idea. It's gonna be like a soul bun, but based on Lady Kira. I'm calling it the Kira bun. Talk about a Kira business strategy. Come on, Maya, just admit it. You running around dressed as Lady Kira already? Guess the jig is up. Is it really true, Miss Maya? Indeed, it is I, Lady Kira. After hundreds of years, I have returned in this lovely young lady's body. Yeah, somehow I don't believe that, actually. They still fell over. And the minions of defiant dragons could see through my disguise. Now feel my wrath, foul lawyer. Yeah! Mr. Wright. Just kidding. I mean, come on. I might be dressing up as Lady Kira for the right today. There's no way I could ever beat up one of those rebel types. I don't know. That was a pretty solid left hook you just threw. You just trying to be funny? You really had me going there for a second. No one can be that naive, right? I hope you enjoy playing superhero at the right today. When you put it that way, I'm even more hyped about it than I was already. Hear the sound of the High Priest's footsteps. Better get going. His footsteps? During the rite, he wears those really big bells on his ankles. That way I know he's coming. Pretty handy, right? Well, see you later. I wonder if we're actually going to see the rite or not. I doubt they're actually meant to be a stop slacking warning system for you, man. Miss Maya's always so bright and cheerful. Yeah, I'm glad she hasn't changed. As in at all. I wonder if that means her training's been off for naught. I hope not. It's Acolyte Zealot. Hang on. Okay, we're getting more puns again. I think it's supposed to be pronounced Zealot. Or Zealot. Zealot. Expect there to be some more puns, I would expect, because, well, why am I saying that? The first case had a lot of puns in it. This character is a pun. I'll be your guide. The murder victim was a guard named Patrol. The culprit in that case, his name was Peace, Love, and Understanding. Anyone who doesn't like puns, be prepared, because we're probably going to get some puns. These games are known for having a lot of name puns. So, we will, get right into that, I guess. Acolyte Zealot. Look, he's the one praying in the red and saffron robe. He's a disciple of the High Priest. Abbott in me? Abbott in me? Abbott in me? I'm trying to think if that's a pun as well. I think it might be. Abbott in me? Abbott in me? I'm probably gonna say Abbott in me. And lives and trains at his house. See how he prays in the cold without moving a muscle? I could never do that. It's Abbott in me. The purification rite is about to begin. Are we gonna see the actual purification thing in a anime? No. So that's the sacred robe Maya will be wearing during the rain. Looks almost exactly like what that figure in the newspaper photo is wearing. Whoever it is must have worked really hard to copy it. Please, sir, it's not a good idea to stare like that. You could be struck blind. Just give me a few more seconds. I mean, this isn't something you see every day. There's bells on the High Priest's ankles. They're a lot bigger than I thought they'd be. Mr. Wright, it's time to enter the prayer pose like everyone else. Those who don't suffer the wrath of the Holy Mother. Okay, let's see. First I kneel down and cross my ankles, and then I bow forward. Great, now all I can see is the ground, and my back is killing me. Really should have trained for this, sir. Wait a sec. How long are we supposed to stay like this, Albie? The rite requires that we stay like this until the day after tomorrow. When did we arrive here? Does this tell me when we arrived? When did I arrive? Can I not go that far back? I guess I can't. I was gonna check the time So I guess that means a whole 20-something hours we're gonna be in the position. Never mind, 2 whole days. That's 2 whole days. I don't feel so. Mr. Wright, are you okay, sir? Somebody help! Well, they said the day after tomorrow, so that would mean the day after tomorrow would be, yeah, 2 days. Mr. Wright, please, you have to get up! Why does the dog always look like it's anger at me? Ouch, my aching. Albie? Where are we? The High Priest's house at the foot of the Plaza of Devotion. Guess I passed out from that back pain. It must have carried me all the way here. Something terrible's happened. It's Miss Maya, she's... Oh, just follow me to the Plaza of Devotion. Oh, I forgot to check I was supposed to examine the area. I'm so used to playing the second game for so long that I have to, that I thought I couldn't examine the area to look at it. We've got to remember that when we're moving, we can examine the actual look of the areas and say, hey, like, we can go and look around and stuff, instead of, just going to the next point. Miss Maya, she's been arrested. I saw one of those spike things on the ground where they lay on them, and whenever I think of those, I think of the magic trick where, there was something I saw on the TV where they had nail boards, and guy lays on the nail board, and then he puts another guy on top of him, who puts another guy on top of him, and another guy. They ended up stacking like 5 or 6 people on top of each other, all with nail boards in them. May 10, 8 AM, place Plaza of Devotion. Where's Maya? Just take it easy, alright? But I'm telling you, I haven't done anything wrong. You can talk all you want back at the station. Let me go! Nick, I didn't kill him? I swear I didn't. Oh no. I guess Maya can never escape being accused of killing somebody in these games. Quiet, you come along peacefully or suffer the consequences. Wait a second, what on earth is going on? I don't know who you are, but if you don't get out of my way... Back off, officer. Emma? Emma Sky? What's she doing in Khura'in? So sorry, Mr. Wright. We're placing Maya under arrest. Alright, take her down to the station, but with respect, got it? Yes, ma'am. Nick! I can't go by any of these games with Maya in them without her being accused of murder in some way or another. Or something happening to her. She either gets kidnapped, or accused of murder, or something in the... some sort of thing that always happens to her. Some sort of thing always happens to this character. Which is pretty funny. We always get her out of it as well, though. So what are you doing in Khura'in, Emma? Long story. Now, what are you doing in Khura'in, Mr. Wright? Same here. It's a long story. We can get caught up later. Right now, I need to know what happened. Oh, yes, well... under arrest for the murder of the High Priest. Do we know who the High Priest is? No. Wait, the High Priest was murdered? We can examine. Okay, good. I can, now I can look around a bit. Albie said these are called prayer flags. The prayers written on them are carried throughout the Kingdom of the Wind. Now, if I were to pray for something, it would be for me to not get dragged into any more trouble than I already have been. Even with the murder, all these people are still here praying. So into it, they wouldn't notice anything you did to them. You mean, like, taking their fingerprints? Who would ever do something like that? I mean, that would technically be illegal, I would think. I'm fairly certain that if you tried to take someone's fingerprints while they were kneeling down praying, that would probably be... that wouldn't be actual evidence. I don't think you'd be allowed to do that. You didn't. No, she probably did. Anything else I can examine? Nothing's illegal with the original. I mean, I know that you're joking, but like, that is kind of true. Think about it. Nothing's illegal when you're rich enough if you know how to get away with it. But the problem with people who are rich is often they go around bragging about it to somebody, so yeah. It's part true, I would say. You know, Monkey's been living at the victim's home. He hasn't moved a muscle, even though his teacher has been murdered. He's so deep in prayer, he's not aware of what's going on around him. It's a befitting gate for the path to the inner sanctum. It's apparently considered a sacred object to the people of Khura'in. Wasn't even allowed to dust it for prints. So even applying a little fingerprint powder to it would be sacrilegious, huh? Guess so. Right, I applied some luminol on it instead, but no one was looking. Of course you did. Of course you did. You know, like, doing an investigation on a crime scene on stuff, you know, again, rules were made to be broken in these games. We break so many rules in these, like, these aren't accurate court cases. These are not accurate at all. We don't, you know, legally, you know, follow the rules in these games. Sounds like an invitation for the Holy Mother to strike you down later, Emma. For the sake of science, nothing is illegal. What have you got to say? Also, can I move anywhere? What happened? What happened, Emma? Please tell me everything you can. Basically, there was a murder during the rite as it was being performed last night. The victim's name is Trust in Me. The High Priest who was proceeding over the rite. I told you there would be puns. Trust in Me is the victim. Wait, hold on. Last night? You mean to tell me an entire day's passed since the purification rite? That's right, sir. You passed over a whole day from your back pain. Never knew my back was like a ticking time bomb. Better take better care of it. The murder took place at the Inner Sanctum where the rite was being held. The Inner Sanctum? It's the place where the spirit of Lady Kira is enshrined. It's through that gate over there, and up at the top of the mountain stairs, just beyond. So that's why everyone is offering their prayers in that direction. A bit in me and Miss Maya went up to the Inner Sanctum in the rite. Just after they finished the prayer, you fainted in the middle of. Who do you think killed the High Priest? Fortunately, Maya's our sole suspect right now. During the rite, the Inner Sanctum was off limits to the general public. So then, only the High Priest and Maya could have been there when the murder occurred. Right, plus the Inner Sanctum is on the side of a very steep mountain. The only way up there is the stairway that starts here at the Plaza of Devotion. So that's why she's been arrested. Also, the crime scene was only discovered after Maya came down alone. She's the one who told the worshippers in the plaza the High Priest was dead. She made a police statement to that effect. So she was the first one to discover the body. Well, that definitely doesn't help. Makes it even less likely that someone else was there at the crime scene. Is that right, sir? Going to defend Miss Maya? Yes, of course. There's no way she'd kill anyone. Yeah, I don't believe it either. She's been framed. This is really something else, huh, Mr. Wright? I mean, who'd have thought you'd have to take that horrible court again? Yeah, so Tyrostin Me, age 42, Khura'inist high priest in charge of the rites of Lady Kira, killed during the purification rite. I wonder how many times I'm gonna have to say Tyrostin Me. Tell me about it. Never thought I'd have to go through another trial. The divination seance determines all, and defense lawyers are unwelcome. Yep, that's the other thing. We're not in Kansas anymore. We had a normal case that we did earlier today and finished off. Now we're back in Khura'in, where defense attorneys haven't won a case in 23 years until the first case, where the judge was in a rush to get the trial over and done with because he had a date with the missus. Where the judge had not hadn't seen a cross-examination in 23 years, where they had not presented evidence in 23 years. Yeah, and yeah, she got kicked out of the trial as well. Great judge, great legal system. So what brings you here, Emma? Back in the US, I was working in a case with an international prosecutor from Khura'in. Tell me this is where I could see the latest techniques in international forensic science. Can't believe I fell for it. I mean, just look at this place. It's like we've been going back in time. Yeah, I can't say I've been impressed with the police work I've seen so far. Still, he said he takes some cases from around the world. So maybe next time, we'll have one in a major city here somewhere. Sounds like this prosecutor has taken a liking to you, Emma. After all, it's not every day a prosecutor takes a detective with them overseas. Wonder, he's calm and kind. He must always has a smile on his face. It's hard to tell what he's really thinking. Since I was prosecutor, is he the one who handed Truce's case? Yes, he is. Take it, he'll be the prosecutor on this one too. Yes, Prosecutor Sadmati's already been assigned. Prosecutor Sadmati? Pokunka. You know him, Albie? Of course, everyone in Khura'in does. He's a highly revered individual, both as a prosecutor and a monk. If you go up against Prosecutor Sadmati, you'll incur the Holy Mother's wrath. That's another thing we haven't seen. Even though we saw him in the previous case, that was him in an American court system. This is, we're now in his domain. He is in his, he's got the hometown advantage this time. So this is going to play out differently to what we expect, I think. It's my job too, as a lawyer. Right, sorry. Just great. Prosecutor is also a revered monk in a deeply religious country. This trial shaping up to be even more uniquely Khura'inese than the last one. Not sure I should be saying this, but he's a formidable opponent. And I heard Paula had a really tough time, so I better give it everything I got. Anyway, I'm glad you're here, Emma. They treat lawyers like criminals here. Come to think of it, Prosecutor Sadmati mentioned something to that effect. Not sure how much I can help, but I'll do what I can. Really? Are you sure you aren't going to get into trouble for helping the enemy? You come down on me pretty hard when I tried to have a truce in that last trial. Yeah, you better be careful. Just say, I'll help out, I can. Thanks, but don't go getting yourself in trouble on my account, okay? Because Samadhi sounds pretty strict. So first things first, let's start with this. Hot off the press is the High Priest's autopsy report. Tyrost's autopsy report. Cause of death was blood loss from an abdominal wound delivered by a bladed weapon. Victim bled to death from a deep stab wound to the abdomen. So time of death, May 10th, 2 AM to 3 AM. Cause of death, blood loss from a deep abdominal wound caused by a bladed weapon. The wound appears to have been inflicted by the Warbard dagger used in the right. The murder weapon is believed to be Lady Kira's Warbard dagger. It's used during the rite, however the dagger is yet to be found. Lady Kira's dagger, huh? I think Maya mentioned something about a dagger. Who wouldn't want to be a kick-butt warrior who attacks an evil with a wicked dagger? Right, whatever floats your boat. And isn't that rebel hunter posing as Lady Kira also armed with a dagger? Of course, hers must be a replica, right? Would it be okay for me to go take a look at the crime scene, Emma? Police have already wrapped up their investigation. The location itself is off limits to the general public, so I'm not sure. Emma, please, I'm begging you. Just like the police, I need access if I'm to mount a viable defense. Alright then. Leave it to me. I'll explain the situation to Prosecutor Sadmati and the police later. Thanks, Emma. There's quite a climb ahead of you, so be sure to watch your step. Wait, you're not coming with me? Oh, no, I'm not climbing up there again. No way. Is it really that bad? I wonder if my back can handle it. Gotta go to the inner sanctum. Oh, you're so lucky, Mr. Wright. Why don't you join me, Albie? That's crazy talk, sir. If a commoner like myself would have set foot in there, I'd surely be cursed for all eternity. Because the inner sanctum's off limits for you, huh? Oh well, guess I'll just have to face this all by my lonesome. By the way, what about all the people still praying here? Aren't they gonna go home? Customs of this rite require that they not move from this spot until tomorrow afternoon. You're in the kitchen, I heard you say something about, I had a joke. Oh, you must have been talking about the puns, right? Yeah, so this game is known for, you've seen some of the characters' names, before, so, with the puns. So the first case in this game had a character who was the victim named, Patrol, who was a guard. The defendant's name was I'll Be Your Guide. And the culprit's name was Peace, Love, and Understanding. Who was a hippie, he was like a hippie guitar player, and when he was getting questioned, became Heavy Metal Jesus, basically. In this game, however, we have a new, character. The person who's been killed, this time around, his name is Tyrostin Me. So, yeah, we have a lot more word puns with the names. We're sticking with the puns. So, Tyrostin Me, who was a high priest, was the defendant, is the killer, sorry. Doesn't faze them to have police milling about. Some of them are even off-duty cops. Well, I guess this is what it's like to live in a life of deeply religious society, huh? I think we're done talking to you, and I guess now we just move up to the... Time to go to the crime scene. Okay, so we've got the detention center and the inner sanctum, which will go to the inner sanctum obviously first, because that's where all the evidence will probably be. Really high up and really, really cold. What did I do to deserve this? At least I made it. Better get started while I still feel my fingers. Who's that? Kind of looks like Okay, now we can examine. I mean, I may as well, can I examine anything else that's here? No, the game's just gonna make it so that we have to examine the thing. Okay, fine. Excuse me. It's you. Do you even know where you are, Barbed Head? Of course I do. May I ask why you're here, your benevolence? I came to pray for the High Priest's soul. What are you doing here? This is one of the most sacred spots in Khura'ism. Unscrupulous lawyers such as you have no business being here. But I'm not unscrupulous. Quiet. You dared to find fault with my insides at every turn the other way. At every turn the other day. She's still sore about that trial. Sure. Investigating the incident. You know your benevolence. A murder has occurred and need to investigate. But we know the killer is one of your own. In my country, suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Plus, she is a serious student of spirit channeling and came here to study. The country will at least give her a chance to explain what happened. All practitioners from overseas are big, phony balonies. And her wish to train in the homeland of spirit channeling is but a bit for prestige. Seems like nothing I say will convince her otherwise, thanks to that last trial. Tweedledum and Tweedledee really did a number on her impression of foreigners. The defense? As the defense attorney on this case, I really need to investigate this crime scene. I need to do it now. I've even been authorized by the police, so... What's this? You intend to make a mockery of our secret Hall of Justice once more. No, I simply want to defend my client. Which means you have come to forge evidence, then. I knew all lawyers were criminals. I must now redouble my vigilance. Ouch, that's unfair. Who taught you to demonize a whole group of people anyway? My mother and father. Do you have an issue with their parental guidance? No, I would never dare criticize the royal couple. Still can't imagine what the lawyers here must have done to garner such hatred. I just had the most wonderful idea, Barbed Head. Why do I have a bad feeling about that glint in her eye? The most wonderful idea. What is it? It sounds like it's gonna be horrifying. So what's this most wonderful idea of yours? If you are to investigate this murder, then I shall oversee your every move, so as to prevent any misdeeds naturally. What? You want to follow me around the entire time? Of course. Not that I want to, mind you. I will not tolerate any objections. Understood? You can't do this to me. What was that, Barbed Head? No, it's nothing. Very well then, let us give this investigation over with. We mustn't stay here in the inner sanctum a moment longer than necessary. Please don't rush me. It is not without reason that I insist on a speedy investigation, Barbed Head. I am a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, you see, who guides the people of Khura'in. As such, I must not sully myself with the blood of battle that Lady Kira bears. Blood of battle? If it's that big of a problem, why don't you head on down now? I won't do anything, I promise. No, lawyers are never to be trusted. Now make haste, so that we may leave here soon. Oh, and one more thing. What now? Your victory the other day was but a stroke of fortune. This time my insight shall reveal the absolute truth. So brace yourself for a defeat most bitter, lawyer. I will. Now can I get on with my investigation? As long as you know where we stand. Better hurry and poke around for clues before she changes her mind. Can I talk to you anymore? Yes. Could you tell me about this place, your benevolence? I have nothing to say to you, lawyer. Is it because you don't actually know much about it? Might be, you ill-mannered. I am the crown princess of Khura'in. There is nothing I do not know. Whoa, where did she come from? Hey, no cheating. Silence, barbed head. Nana's knowledge is my knowledge. End of discussion. What is she, your pocket internet? This spring is where Lady Kira came to cleanse her body of the blood of battle, sorry. And today's purification rite is a ceremony that traces its origins back to those days. Cleansing Lady Kira's robe in the sacred water lends one courage for the next battle. See, thank you for that excellent explanation. Commoners are normally barred from here, except for the day of the rite. Who normally controls the access to this place? The High Priest and his family are responsible for that. High Priest and his family, huh? The High Priest's family. Could you tell me about the High Priest and his family? Abbot and me lived with his wife and his disciple, Acolyte. Okay. Tyrust and me, and the Acolyte's name is Pirazilla. More puns. Moving on. A young man the couple took into their home upon finding him near our kingdom's border. Speaking of his wife, isn't she the one who usually plays the role of Lady Kira? Yes, but as she is with child, the role was appointed to someone else. The killer no doubt offered to stand in, as she saw it as a chance to slay the High Priest. No, you have it backwards. He was the one who asked Maya to stand in. Then that braggart must have embellished her qualifications. I'm really not sure how she could. Besides, why didn't you stand in for the High Priest's wife then? Did I not tell you before? As a direct descendant of the Holy Mother, the role of Lady Kira is forbidden to me. Those descended of Her Holiness must not defile their bodies with the blood of battle. Yeah, you did say that, didn't you? Should probably talk with the High Priest's wife and Acolyte Zealot later soon. Let's examine the scene, I guess. Because we now have access to that, so... Usually I go left from right, and then I check around when we spin around. That lantern looks broken, but it's hard to make out the details from this angle. Take a closer look when I'm in a better spot. Okay, keep that in mind. This mountain faces like a towering wall. There are characters carved into it, but I have no idea what they mean. There is a prison at the apex of this mountain. A prison? Way up there? It is said that Lady Kira laid those she defeated to rest atop this mountain, so that their souls would not spawn evil spirits. Feeling queasy just thinking about being all the way up there. And the fact that it's a prison just makes it worse. It's a lantern. And it's still lit. Of course it is. The sacred flames in the 4 lanterns here have burned for centuries. Anyone who extinguishes even one of them will be put to death immediately. So that's why they're outfitted with the glass wind guards. Still, better keep my distance, just in case. So the moon and these lanterns were the only sources of light up here that night. The rite is performed by the light of the full moon because moonlight is a purifying force. I see. No touching. Wasn't going to. An amazing wall painting. So this is Lady Kira. Do you see that red mark upon her brow? That is It's the character for death in Khura'in is. It is the mark of resolve to fight to the end. There are many different marks we make on our bodies, each with a different meaning. Interesting. Come to think of it, you have marks on your face, your benevolence. So did the High Priest. The High Priest's marks are those of a monk, of a minor, of a royal priestess. All members of the Khura'in clergy have such marks upon them. The shape and location of the marks vary in accordance to conditions like status and age. And all records about them are kept at Temple. So it's kind of like a national ID registry, huh? Okay, Ross, give me autopsy report. Updated. I guess we can check that. See what changed. Is that a weapon in her hand? Yes, it is Lady Kira's dagger. The very same one used in the rite. It's made to resemble a warbard. The bird Lady Kira fashioned herself after. So that dagger is the weapon that took the High Priest's life. If you wish to know more about Lady Kira, you need but ask. Get the feeling she's going to be super relevant to this case. You should definitely ask the princess for more details later. I'm going to turn the light on because it is starting to get a bit dark, and also I need to it's getting a bit dark. So I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Take one. Maybe they gotta fix my spacebar as well. I don't know why it is. It never was doing this before. The keyboard's like really old. It's probably like I bought this keyboard that I'm using for this is for my computer is actually I bought it for the PS3. I bought it for the PS3 because I was doing a lot of I played a lot of wrestling games. And I wanted a keyboard so I could type out, like, because I was making a lot of career mode stuff, making, like, my own storylines and stuff, and I wanted to type out all the text that much faster than what the game controller will allow me to do, so I kind of just have used this now ever since. So I might need to get, I don't want to get a new keyboard, but the spacebar key, for some reason, is just sticking. So I've got to, like, bash it a bit to pop it back out again. Let's take a closer look, shall we? I might have to just unscrew, it's not like one of those other keyboards where you can get the, you know, the clickety-clack keyboards where you can, like, pull out, the keys are like sticking out, so you can just like pull the key out and then clean it from there. It's like I would have to like unscrew. I'd have to like unscrew the all of the screws. I'm not sure, like, I want to do that just in case I don't want to do that in case something, like, just falls out and it just, like, all the keys fall out or something. I'm afraid of doing all that. Oh. Bloodstained scrap of paper. Looks like some kind of note or letter, perhaps. It's written in Khura'in, so I can't read a lick. Let me see that. Once the flame is lit, then... will be... This is simply impossible to read. Wait. What is it? This stamp on the lower right. It's the mark of those insurgents, the Defiant Dragons. Rebel group? What's it doing here? Is there some kind of connection between the High Priest and the rebels? Bloodstained letter, record a letter we found at the inner sanctum. A giant bloodstain makes it impossible to read in full. Oh, you'll scrub this now. So Rusty Mee's face tattoo. The mark on his face is one borne by all members of the Khura'in clergy. Somewhere on their bodies, records of who has what mark and where are kept at a temple. It's been stained red by the High Priest's blood. The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. What's that for? An old legend. Wait, does that mean the rebel hunting Lady Kira in the newspaper's the real deal? No, that's crazy talk. Whoa, this is blood. This is a statue of a warbird. The bird on which Lady Kira based her appearance. And all this blood is from the High Priest, huh? He no doubt embraced the statue in the hope that Lady Kira would save him from death. May his soul rest in peace. Considering the amount of blood, he must have been stabbed with considerable force. There's no way Maya could be, would be strong enough to deliver such a blow. Hey, isn't this Lady Kira's robe? Oh, Holy Mother, Lady Kira's robe is... I know how you feel, but we should leave it as it is to preserve the crime scene. You imbecile, this is the actual robe Lady Kira once wore. It is? What the heck is it made of? I mean, nothing should look this good after a few hundred years. Enough, if I say it's the actual robe, it is the actual robe. That fool murderer should not get away with this. It is tough to see a piece of history sloppily tossed on the ground like this, though. Even looks like it's been mended a number of times. This what kind of smells? How dare you insult a sacred piece of clothing like that? No, I meant that it smells like incense. Oh, I see. The scent you detected is from the sacred incense used to purify Lady Kira's robe. Whenever a rite is to be performed, the robe is first scented with sacred incense. This still smells like incense now. The scent must be from much stronger. The scent must have been much stronger last night when the victim was killed. So that about does it for this area. Okay, we can move around now. The inner sanctum was fully enclosed by this ritual curtain. Making this case something of a locked room mystery. Ritual curtain added record a curtain around the perimeter of the sanctum, isolating it from the outside world. The entrance was shut during the rite. Purification rite is akin to a bathing ritual for Lady Kira. Therefore, it must be closed off from the outside world. So the inner sanctum is like a private bathroom. Indeed. So see to it that you can keep it clean. This flap in the center acts as the ritual curtain's door, but that's about it. And what was that shrill scream for just now? It's just... I'm afraid of heights. Didn't notice it as I was climbing up, but now that I can see all the way down... Guess that flight of stairs from the Plaza of Devotion really is the only way up or down. There's something hanging off of the ritual curtain there. These look like prayer flags down at the Plaza of Devotion. This here looks like something. Like, they're all tied together. They're all, like, sewn together. But the prayer flags that we saw on the, at the plaza area were not sewn together. They were all separate. So this looks like it's supposed... This looks like a parachute or, like, of something. Like, they're sewn together for something. At least some of them look like they are, anyway. Except they are arranged like no prayer flags I have ever seen. How so? All of these flags have been sewn together. Hey, you're right. It's like they're one big banner now. There is something written on a piece of it. Donated by Ty Rust and me. Seems this piece is from a donation Abbott and me made at this point. Sanctum prayer flags and court record. Prayer flags found outside of the ritual curtain. They have been sewn together into a large banner. I better go take a closer look. What are we looking at here? Bridge to the snow, right? And the lantern? There's no snow here. Maybe it was removed because it would interfere with the rite. The day before the rite, the temperature in this area plunged below freezing. Even the Plaza of Devotion was covered in a layer of white frost. Must be the elevation. Wasn't all that cold back in town, as I recall. This lantern is damaged. The wind guard is completely broken. Damage? Was this your doing? No, I didn't even touch it. Then perhaps a falling rock struck it. I will request that it be repaired when we are finished here. Of course, I doubt you will live long enough to see it restored. I'll be back to take a look, you'll see. Snow was obviously being cleared away here, and the lantern is broken. Still have that camera I brought to take pictures of my trip. Should set one of this area here just in case. This item photo and record shows an area of shoveled out snow and a lantern with a broken wind guard. Nothing else particularly interesting here. This rock must have fallen from higher up on the mountain. It's like the perfect perch for taking a peek over that curtain. Well, up I go. Wow, what an incredible view. It almost boggles the mind. Get down from there this instant. Right, sorry, I'll be right down. Looks like the inner sanctum is just slightly higher up than the top of that mountain. Guess that confirms that the stairs from the Plaza of Devotion are the only way up here. I'm guessing this is the last thing we can look at. Statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look at it. there's a... I was gonna say, there's a, is that a footprint? Could be. The bird's missing its eye. I feel sorry for the poor fellow. Are you the one who took it? Of course not. This statue has been here for ages. I suppose some damage is to be expected. Shall ask my mother to have it repaired. I wonder there are no lawyers left. I'd leave too if I was always treated like this. Don't think I'll find anything else of interest around here. Not even the blood splatter that's next to... I thought this was like a... there's like a blood splatter down here and up here. I was thinking that they were maybe, footprints. I guess we can just now talk to her again. Lady Kira. So could you tell me about this Lady Kira? As an outsider, I suppose your ignorance is all but unavoidable. Whatever happened to you, need but ask. Lady Kira was the Holy Mother's younger sister, but unlike her older sister, she lacked the ability to channel spirits. However, it is said that none could equal her skill with the dagger. Dagger? Well, this became relevant fast. The Holy Mother guides our souls, and Lady Kira keeps the peace with her dagger. Lady Kira was prepared to die for her people. She cloaked herself in a sacred battle robe and concealed her face as her sister did. Okay, who was she fighting against? Throughout our history, we have been set upon by rebels. Now is no different. For our enemy now is the Defiant Dragons, led by the insurgent Dirk. So Lady Kira played a role akin to the Placer. So what's with the bird imagery? Lady Kira's robe is fashioned in the likeness of a warbird. I don't know how to pronounce that word. It is a fearsome bird that is unique to Khura'in. See. What about the recent rebel hunter, Lady Kira? Who do you think she is? I have heard about her, but I have yet to ascertain the truth. However, I believe her to be a vigilante, or more precisely, a patriot. So even Princess Rafer doesn't know the true identity of the rebel hunter, huh? But that does it for the Inner Sanctum. Should probably head back to the Plaza of Devotion, let Emma know I'm done. After all, she's the one putting her neck on the line for me to investigate this place. Okay, you're gonna just tell me what to do, but we don't want to do that. We don't want to touch the, I don't want to touch the clues, because those particular clues will let us know what we have to do, but we can already check that via going to the, thing anyway. Also, we have this now. Victim was stabbed during the purification rite in the Inner Sanctum, an area few may enter. Maya was arrested for being there. Okay. So we'll go back to, the plaza, because we need to tell Emma that we're done. Well, they're still praying. The religious devotion of our people is the pride of our kingdom. Come what may, they will continue to pray until tomorrow afternoon. Well, I will say this. This level of devotion is certainly to be respected. Now to find Emma. You're there, wait. I want to ask you something. Okay. Do you know me? And do I know you? Well, I'm Phoenix Wright. I'm a lawyer. But no! I want to know if you know who I am. Huh? How should I know? I've never even seen you before. We have like a record I like that we don't know who he is yet. Perazalot, age 21, an apprentice priest living in the High Priest home. He's like part of the family. We're getting introduced to all these characters already when we've already seen them as well. And then a strange guide. You can't see his face on account of his beard. Pretty suspicious if you ask me. This guy's acting really strange. What if he has amnesia or something? Should talk to him a little more, just in case he's connected to this case somehow. Sure, random guy. Who are you? Are you having trouble remembering who you are? Sorry if I offended you. Wait, is he eating lizards? It looks like he's eating lizard skewers. Just whole lizards on a stick. I thought he was gonna pull a weapon on me. He's just pulling some snack out, one after the other. Trying to remember what I'm supposed to do. I know it's something important. Do you know this man or something, Bobbed Head? No, I just said I've never seen him before, didn't I? Are you Lady Kira? You know of Lady Kira? Then you are Khura'in, I take it? Maybe? Wait, are those lizards he's eating? What, you want one? No thanks, I just ate. Now remember, get a lot of this. Well? Well, what? I believe he suffers from a far more serious malady than mere memory loss. No good, huh? Guess I'll try something else. So, who was that man? What did he want, Bobbed Head? Wish I knew. Hey, Mr. Wright. What now? What's wrong? I didn't surprise you that badly, did I? No, it's nothing. Actually, I've been looking for you. I want to tell you I investigated the crime scene. It wasn't too much trouble getting my investigation for the Inner Sanctum approved. It was fine. Prosecutor said Marty gave his okay straight away. Seems like a rather fair-minded prosecutor. He said you would probably give up once you saw the crime scene for yourself. Now, moving on before the trial would be the smart thing to do. Be feeling really confident about this case. Oh, just so you know, I have no intention of giving up. Figured. That's why I prepared a little gift for you. But it won't help your investigation. Here, it's all yours. Let's bring you a bunch of other forensic tools. But they were confiscated at the airport. Luminol testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. Also, I made a copy of the crime scene photo for you. Thanks, Sol. This will definitely come in handy. So this is what the High Priest's body looked like after the murder. I'll keep this along with the picture I took of the crime scene. So, shovel that area of snow, lens with the same thing. Oh yeah. They're done questioning Maya. Really? I should go pay her a visit then. Poor Maya. She must be feeling pretty lonely. Should let her know that I'll be defending her too. Shoot, look at the time. I have to get going. Sure seem busy. It's because his ephemeral holiness is a real slave driver. His ephemeral holiness? Prosecutor said Marty. It's like the world's hardest riddle wrapped in a flourish sash. I'm wondering if it's just a clash of cultures type of thing, you know? Like, he'll ask the most insane things of me without batting a single long eyelash of his. Prosecutor said Marty sounds like he's used to holding some serious clout. Also, yeah, this is the other thing as well. We have not dealt with him yet. We dealt with him as Apollo and Truce and Athena. We have not faced off against Prosecutor Samadhi as Phoenix in his home turf. So this will be a first for us too. This will definitely be a first. Why do I have such bad luck with prosecutors? First it was the glamorous fop. Now that I'm finally really like rating bling-loving Europhile, I get this guy. Yeah, 'cause she skipped the entire second game. No, now I'm really gonna be late. Probably make me listen to one of those really long sutras again. See you later. Makes her listen to sutras? Sounds like Emma's got it pretty rough too. She doesn't appreciate Prosecutor Samadi's sutras. What ingratitude. It appears that she too is lacking in religious devotion. I don't think that's what the problem is here. Besides, Emma's not even a Khura'inist. Still got nothing. I guess we're just gonna go talk to Maya then. Off we go to, detention. Hey, we got a new, we get a new detention center as well. There is a trophy section coming up as well, just for another stepladder thing. I believe I need to, it's just a discussion, so that's all I have to worry about that. Nick, I knew you'd come. Maya, she sure looks tired. How are you holding up? It wasn't me, but no one will believe me. I have to admit, I'm still a bit in shock. Who'd have thought you'd caught up in something like this, and so far from home? I'm going to defend you, so hang in there. We can do this if we work together. It's all my fault. When you came to Khura'in just to visit me. We hadn't seen each other in ages, and then this happens. Haven't seen her this day in ages either. Come on, remember who you're talking to. Besides, I thought you'd be used to being the usual suspect right now. Yeah, okay, so this is also a reference to many of the other games, well, the original trilogy. She was either a suspect, or she was, accused of murder, or she'd been, like, kidnapped or having harm done to her in some way. Guess you're right. You've saved me each and every time. Yep, so just tell me everything you can, and let's go from there. But Ted, stop stalling and go straight to the matter of true import. We know she is the murderer, therefore it is time for her confession. Your benevolence? What brings the royal priestess to a place like this? I am watching over this lawyer to keep him from tampering with anything in this case. Now out with it. Confess to your crime. Please, your benevolence, could you please take it down a notch or three? Right, please tell me what you can. Not reborn, just, it's the same character. Maya was like, okay, so there's a lot of backstory with this, with these characters, so, in the original game, Phoenix, was a lawyer for, Maya's older sister, Mia. In one of the cases, Mia gets murdered by somebody, and Maya ends up coming around to try and figure out what's going on. And so Maya becomes your sidekick, and obviously you've already seen Pearls, who was the younger sister of things. So, and the Magatamas that they have around the neck, Mia had one, and basically her power is that she can, Mia's power from beyond the grave allowed her to, bring her spirit into Maya or Pearl's body, because they're related, and so, we could, like, summon her from beyond the grave to assist us in our cases, and then Maya and Pearls have their own, unique abilities, because of the Magatama that's around their neck, as you've seen in some of the other cases, where Phoenix can use his Magatama to break the Cyclops, the other characters can do the same thing, and again, there was a big family drama and stuff in the other games. But yeah, Maya is Maya. She's always been Maya. And then it's just like we have the... Again, without these Magatamas, we wouldn't be able to solve most of these cases because they basically are it's almost like a cheating device to figure out stuff that we wouldn't otherwise be able to figure out. This must be difficult, but anything you can remember might help. Sure, okay. Alright, let's examine the cell first, because we haven't actually done this. We can't even examine anything. Why does that guy keep eyeballing me? Can't let him get to me. Can't let him get to me. He's doing it again. Guy will come running if you ring that bell there. Really? Let's put it to the test, shall we? They got really mad last time when I rang it for no reason. You could have told me before I rang it. Yeah, there's a lot of complications when it comes to the entire Faye saga with Phoenix and his relation to the characters. It's pretty much the central focus of one of the games because of what happens with the characters, like the entire Faye clan and how their Magatamas work and you know, what happened to them and all that sort of stuff. Again, I highly recommend anyone who's not played these games go back and play the original trilogy, and you'll get like all the backstory about like why these characters are important. Yeah, examine exists. You can't examine the you can't examine the characters. You can examine the outside, like the surroundings. So that kind of examination. Although if you want it to be, maybe it can. Didn't kill the High Priest. Wouldn't even dream of it. I mean, he always treated me so well. I mean, this is the closest character that would be... Maya is essentially Nick's love interest, I would say. Like, after everything that they've gone through, it's blatantly obvious. Like, especially since Mia passed away in the game. Evidently was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training up acolytes. He was really kind even to a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions. How could I ever kill someone like that? Sounds like a real good person. I think I would have liked him. It was so much fun. Got to enjoy meals with his family and everything. His wife is a master of Khura'in's cuisine. I've never eaten better in my life. It's like they were her family, and home away from home in this foreign land. They must have been a source of comfort, what with being here for training all alone. But what? I can't completely deny the charge either. As I suspected, the snake has shown her true colors at last. But benevolence, please, I'm trying to figure out what really happened here. Shut down. We just shut Rafer down. So what do you mean you can't completely deny the charge? Well, during the purification, right? I suddenly got really, really sleepy. The next thing I knew, Abbott in me was, you know... You suddenly got sleepy? So then you didn't actually see the High Priest get murdered? No, I didn't, but... If I was possessed by some crazed spirit while I was asleep, then... What's an excuse? How dare you pin your crime on another person's soul? Be honest, what you call training is but an extended vacation in reality. And that training here is simply for prestige. No, it's not like that at all. I'm trained to become the master of the Khura'in channeling technique. A neophyte practitioner such as you becoming a channeling master? I think not. The spiritual power required is beyond the means of an outsider like you. Rafer seems to really hate fakers. Maya does actually have the power to channel spirits. I should let Rafer know. The benevolence? I wouldn't call Maya a neophyte yet. She can already... Wait, Nick. What? Can I talk to you for a second? Why is she whispering all of a sudden? No! Why did the light go out? No! Okay. It's okay. It'll come back on eventually. I don't understand. Like, I turned the light on because it's dark in the room, and it's like, oh, there's enough light outside to... I'm gonna keep my spirit channeling ability secret while I'm here, Nick. What? Why? I'll, explain later. Just keep it a secret for now, okay? If you say so. What's that all about? What is all that whispering about over there? Oh, it's nothing, really. I'll have to ask about this later when Princess Rafer's not around. Almost forgot. Nick? About Abbot Inme's murder. There was something I noticed that I thought strange. What you noticed? So what was it you noticed? Well, probably won't believe me, but why don't you let me be the judge of that? Okay, so you know that spring? Spring? You mean the pool in front of the Warbard statue? Yes, that. The water in there was dark red. And when I say dark red, I mean blood red. Oh, that. Yeah, I saw that too. You did? Yeah, the High Priest's blood turned it red. No, that's not what I meant. The spring was right before he was killed. Wait, so it was already red? Even before the High Priest was killed? Yeah, I noticed it during the purification rite, just before I passed out. It's just like the ancient legend says. What ancient legend? The spring shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. That's how it goes, anyway. Hold on. Yes, there's a legend about the Inner Sanctum that says just that. But the water runs red this time thanks to the murder. Police investigation confirms it. Perhaps your eyes were deceived by the lantern light reflecting off of the water. Don't think that was it, though. An ancient legend, huh? I wonder if it's connected to this murder somehow. My statement and its record on the day of the rite, the water in the spring was already staying red when Abbot Inme and Maya arrived at the Inner Sanctum. Nick? Yeah? So, actually, there's one more thing. What's up with Maya? She keeps looking over her benevolence like she's worried about what Rafer will think. What is the one more thing? Something I want to show you. There is? I found this at the Inner Sanctum after I came too. Is this a letter? It's in Khura'in. See that stamp on the far left? The end of the letter? Does it look familiar? That's the prosecutor's mark, I think. It's a red stamp here. Oh, no, it's the mark of Lady Kira. It's the mark of Lady Kira. I thought it was the prosecutor's mark. Because, he had something similar. It's just like the mark on her forehead. Lady Kira, you say? Let me see that. Turn the light back on. Come back on, Mr. Light. Why, this is... What does it say? Did not perform the rite. I know what you were planning, Lady Kira. That sounds like a threat, or a warning. Whoever's pretending to be Lady Kira was pressuring the High Priest to stop the rite. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. Too. Nick, Nick, do you think... Wait. First, there's that ancient legend. Phoenix shall run red upon Lady Kira's return. Now there's also Lady Kira's warning. What's with the warbard dagger being eyed as the murder weapon? Don't tell me. Suppose she has to be the real deal. It gives me chills just thinking about it. I bet Lady Kira's spirit possessed the sacred robe or something. Don't tell me. You actually believe that the real Lady Kira returned to kill the High Priest. Don't be silly, Nick. Historical figures don't come back to life. I mean, give me a break. But, you were saying only yesterday how it was more fun to believe that she's the real deal. Yeah, yesterday. You could keep on entertaining that fantasy too. The fact is, we're dealing with a murder here. Thus, my days of dreaming have come to an end. I'm gonna keep it real from now on. And you should too, Nick. Thought you said I was the boring one because I was keeping it real. Sorry, I guess I've outgrown that stepladder argument we always have. Think you mean ladder, Maya? Okay, that was the trigger for the trophy. I'm not gonna get it though, right now. So what do you mean by keeping it real? Well, so you know how someone is dressing up like Lady Kira and capturing rebels, right? You mean the rebel hunter Lady Kira in the papers? Yeah, that one. I think that's who's probably sent this morning. What nonsense is this? You dare to suggest that Abbott and me was slain by Lady Kira? You nincompoop! The rebel hunter is sure to be a vigilante who loves this kingdom. And is that patriotism that led them to cloak their identity in the guise of Lady Kira? Such a patriot would never slay the High Priest. Guess it's only natural for Princess Rafer to see it that way, but I can't let it go at that. Besides, why would such a vigilante want to stop the purification rite in the first place? I haven't figured that one out yet. I rest my case. Still, if it's this rebel hunter had a compelling enough reason, they might have killed the High Priest after he ignored their warning. You big dummy, you can't fool me. It was you who forged that warning letter. You were trying to shed your guilt onto our most sacred Lady Kira. Admit it. No, never do such a thing. Now, your benevolence. Let's try to remain rational about this. Maya, did you show that letter to the police? No. I was afraid that it would anger everyone, needlessly. So I was waiting to show it to you, Nick. Judging by her benevolence's reaction, I'd say Maya was right to be worried. Wait, what are you... There are a number of places in this letter where there are 3 holes in a row. Oh, I see. Are these supposed to be some sort of a message too? Not that we'll be finding out anytime soon, I suspect. Kira's warning, it appears to be from Lady Kira to the High Priest. There are holes in rows of 3 all over it. Alright, accused, wrap it up. Guess they have more questions for me. Yeah, at least I have a better idea of what we're up against now. Nick, there's something I've been meaning to say. Don't need a lawyer this time. What are you talking about? It's just, you know, they have that Defense Culpability Act here in Khura'in, right? Well, if I'm found guilty, I'll be charged with abetting a criminal. Well, yeah, thanks for thinking of me, but... Don't worry, Maya. We'll pull through this together somehow. We always have, haven't we? Yeah, but we're not in Kansas anymore, you know? True, but I've been through one trial here already. So I know what I'm getting myself into. We're going to win this one, no matter what. Because I believe in your innocence. Yeah, I know. Always won because of your faith in me. That's right. So it's all aboard the Phoenix Freedom Express. Thank you, Nick. Well, I'll see you later. Bravado will not save you tomorrow, and by then it will be too late to ask for mercy. We're gonna beat this charge, you'll see. I don't care to understand every single word that was spoken, but I don't like the sound of that Phoenix Freedom Express one bit. Wait, don't tell me you don't know what Freedom Express refers to. Of course I know. Do not presume to know what I do not know. I'm no closer to understanding why someone would want to kill the High Priest, Ed. Given the use of the Warbard Dagger and the existence of the Warning Letter, I'd say the Rebel Hunter disguised as Lady Kira is the real prime suspect. Might help if I knew a little more about this modern-day Lady Kira. Wonder if anyone has any info on them. Maybe the first thing I should do is go someplace where locals like to gather. Okay, well, check that out. Can I talk to you anymore? No. Someone I don't know about Lady Kira. I'm guessing that the bazaar is where we're going. That's the only place we haven't actually explored. Let's go to the bazaar then. Oh, this is the starting area where we started in the first, like right at the start. Make 10 Khura'in Bazaar. Guess the bazaar is as good a place to start as any. Now, who should I... I see. So that isn't what a Freedom Express is. Consulting our pocket internet again, I see. Sounds like... Is Myra okay? Believe her, Mr. Wright. I know she didn't do it. Do you now, boy? Oh, Conker! Your benevolence! You mustn't trust in lawyers. Calm down and just breathe. And don't rush what you're trying to say. Are you not the accused from the last trial? What's wrong, Albie? Your benevolence speaks with the... You may speak in the vernacular, little monk. Now, what is your name? Yes, your benevolence. I'll be your guide, your benevolence. Know this, Albie. Your soul is only as clean or filthy as the company you keep. You should stop insinuating that all lawyers are trash. Please forgive me, your benevolence, but Mr. Wright is a very trustworthy man. And I trust him as a lawyer. What's this? I'm sorry. Forgive my insolence. If a common boy such as he can place his trust in lawyers, it can only be because of my failure at the Hall of Justice the other day. Mr. Wright, I believe has sunk it to the ground. She must... She must really feel responsible for what happened in court that day. Let's give her some breathing room for now. I'm sure she'll be back on her feet in no time. In the meantime, do you mind if I ask you some questions? Of course not. I'm always glad to help. Okay, well, before we do that, let's walk around and examine the, what we can check out. thank you very much for the kind words. Have a good rest. Thank you for the chats and everything else. Have a good rest. Looking forward to seeing you in more streams as well. It's definitely fun to have a lot more people to talk to and stream with. Let's see. There's Gyapam, Konuro, and Zabas. And they're all freshly picked this morning. Yeah, it's nice to be to have consistent viewers that enjoy my streams. Like I know that my games aren't for everyone. Again, I mostly focus on single player games. I'm very much I'm a single-minded single player gamer. Like I like to my interaction with people in games with like online stuff is watching them play and like talking with people. That's my multiplayer online experience. I'm not mainly because I'm not very good. Even though I like troll around with other people, I would have to be carried. I would have to be carried in most online games. I'm not very good at them. That is not my thing. But a lot of my content is very much a lot of my content is very much single player. Like I will do some co-op stuff. I'll try, but I'm trying to build my stream stuff mostly around single player stuff. And again, like I like the idea of playing new games, and then like sometimes people will come and be like, oh, I've never actually played this before, or I've never seen it. So any way that I can help get people into more genres and stuff is going to be very cool too. Hopefully there will be some co-op stuff next month. I will be doing, I did mention this last stream, I think it was. I will be doing some Mario Party, Super Mario Party Jamboree. I will be, we'll do all the boards. There's, I think, 7 boards. We'll do all the mini-game stuff. We'll do all the bonus, like, we'll try and get the whole game finished. But, it probably won't be an everyday thing. It'll probably, depending on, time, it might be a, you know, just whenever I can do it. It might, because you can't really do a Let's Play. I guess you can technically do a Let's Play of a Mario Party game, but it's not really. Most Mario Party games don't have a story to them. It's just kind of like, hey, beat the board, and then do the, you know, having like fun with that as you go. Take some of this, and this, oh, and this too. That'll be. It's quite a lot you've got there already, don't you think? This is barely enough for a side dish. If I brought enough money. A manhole? Guess they have a sewer system here in Khura'in. What am I thinking? Of course they do. That was ignorant of me. One thing I definitely need to do. One thing I definitely need to do more of is drinking water. Again, like when I get channel points and stuff like that, I'm gonna have to think of I've already got some ideas in mind for channel points, but I also like need community ideas for those as well, because I mean, channel points are typically something that's like, hey, regular viewers and stuff will be able to like use, and also if newer viewers come in, it's like, oh, like here's like this fun little thing you can do with the stream, like mess around. I already have some ideas. I don't want to give them away because I want them to be surprised when I make them, but I'll try and think of something. Some channel point redeems. It is kind of hard to think of all those though. Looks like some kind of Khura'in superhero. All superheroes look the same, regardless of where they come from. Expansion of channel idea stuff is gonna be important to me. Like, I have ideas for everything I would like to do, but community interactions and viewer suggestions are also going to be something that I will definitely be taking into account, because I'm not the most creative-minded, but someone else might have thought of something outside the box that I can try. There's really probably a bunch up here in Khura'in. Even some, my guitar mon. Let's see. One my guitar mon, 15 Dharmas. Wait a second. Albie, weren't you selling them for 20 Dharmas a piece? The extra 5 Dharmas is the service fee. It's quite the shrewd businessman. Okay, the temple. That is a lot of stairs, and at the top of those stairs is my home away from home. Just looking at them is making my back ache. Hey, Albie, what's this cow-like animal? It's a yak. Carry heavy loads and provide milk. They're indispensable partners in our daily lives. Interesting. Hey, you're kind of cute up close. Oh, and they are also priced for their meat. You know, the meat you enjoyed so much last night? Pardon, it must mean something else to you. Allow me to explain. This bird is known as a warbard. Warbad, I sort of know how to pronounce this. It's only found here in Khura'in. Right, the bird Lady Kira makes herself on. It's a really beautiful bird. Tourists must love it. They usually do. There's just one thing about it that's kind of hit or miss. Its unusual cry drives children to tears. It can even make some adults close to the end. Maybe they should keep such a fearsome creature in a less crowded area. The sign, but it looks like a souvenir shop. It's too bad I don't have time to do some shopping right now. Just stop by here before I go back home. Sure, everyone's expecting something, especially Trucy. I think we're done. The Rebel Hunter. So what have you heard about the Rebel Hunter that was in the newspaper? You like to imagine the big hand is just the character waving their hand in the air. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what it is. Because if this game was third person, we would essentially be like, you'd be walking over the, walking over to the area to interact with them. So, I mean, again, these are text-based games, but at some point I hope we get, like, some third-person elements. That would be kind of cool to move around. So what have you heard? Everyone's overjoyed at her appearance. They say she's the modern-day Lady Kira. I guess in this case it would be more like the character's head moving up and down, looking at everything, but it's more, it's better when you're thinking like, hey, he's just waving his hand around randomly looking for stuff. He just points at it. They're treating this rebel hunter like a mysterious protector of the people, huh? People have been on edge recently, with that jailbreak and stuff. Sure, if they catch that escaped prisoner soon. Escaped prisoner? Guess he was one of the vicious rebels that Lady Kira had captured. There's a hardened criminal on the loose. It was bad news. Yes, but the Monday, Lady Kira is also super amazing. She takes down big, scary rebels all by herself. Yeah, that's not exactly something just anyone can do. Someone that strong could have easily overpowered and killed the High Priest. What about that escaped prisoner, Albie? Yeah, what about the escaped prisoner? What's the escaped prisoner supposed to be like? They say he's a vicious fiend who serves as Dirk's right-hand man. Dirk isn't the leader of that rebel group? Yes, the escapee serves that dreadful master of the Defiant Dragons. They say the prisoner's a former soldier, and that he wields a big, scary knife. Rumor has it, he's a cold-blooded killer to boot. Sounds like a real dangerous man. He is, but the police still can't find him, even after an exhaustive search. Wait, I remember hearing about a prison. There is a prison at the apex of this mountain. Prison? Way up there? Prison is at the top of the Inner Sanctum's mountain, right? How did it even break out? No one really knows. Suppose he did it with any tools to speak of, too. Some say he must have fallen to his death. I mean, that's not an escape. That's you dying. Personally, I'd like to believe he did. Otherwise, something like that terrible incident might happen again. Terrible incident? Yeah, what terrible incident are you speaking of? What was that about a terrible incident, Albie? And before I was even born. Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader Dirk who did it. The previous queen was assassinated? That's kind of unsettling. It's a terrible deed of a heinous sinner. I mean, to take the life of such a gentle queen, only someone with a dark, defiled soul could have done that. They really take their queen seriously here. Like God-worshipping level serious. It really would take someone pretty bold and blasphemous to assassinate one. Those defiant dragon rebels are not afraid to do anything to accomplish their goals. That's why with that escaped prisoner on the loose. Who knows who might be killed next? So that's why the people of Khura'in are so afraid of that escape. I was about to say escapade. I was about to say escapade. Why? That's like that Finding Nemo thing where they're reading the Dory's reading the thing. Oh wait, we can't talk about that. We're not allowed to talk about Dory from Finding Nemo. Remember, we can't talk about that. Why there was a rebel hunter to take him out, along with the other rebels. So is there anything else you can tell me about the rebel hunter, Lady Kira, Albie? Just thinking there was something else. What was it? Oh yeah, here. What is it? Shadow found it. Why, that's the Warbard arrow. Feeling better now, your benevolence? This is no time to be feeling sorry for myself, for I am the Crown Princess of Khura'in. Now, let me see that boy. Yes, your benevolence. Looks very much like one of the legendary weapons Lady Kira once used in battle. Three-pronged arrow? I swear I've seen something resembling an arrowhead recently. Where did Shadow find it, Albie? Near Abbot Imi's house. Near the victim's house, huh? Something tells me I better look into this. Warbard arrow resembles the three-pronged arrows once used by Lady Kira, discovered near the High Priest's home. Albie, can I ask you to take me to the High Priest's house? Yes, of course! Come to think of it, he was married, wasn't he? His wife is the one who usually plays the part of Lady Kira in the Purification Point. Why am I yawning? Should probably talk to her too. I guess we'll just go, Go and talk to the widow. To the High Priest's house. Okay, May 10th, High Priest's house. So this is where the High Priest lived. Wait a minute, this is where they brought me when my back gave out. And the woman in front of that altar, she must be the High Priest's wife. Should I examine? I guess I should examine the area first. If I'm able to. No, this is not one of those situations where we have to talk to them first, I guess. Excuse me. Yes, may I help you? Oh, I see. I see what we're doing now. Her husband's name is Tyrost in me. So naturally, her name is Believe in Me. Trust in me and believe in me. There we go, more puns. For you keeping track. So I'm to speak with the High Priest's wife, are you her? Please forgive the intrusion, Lady Believe. Oh my, your benevolence. Please be at ease. What a terrible time this must be for you. So, Believe in Me, age 31, widow of the victim. She usually plays the part of Lady Kira in the Purification Rite. I owe much to your husband. You have my deepest sympathies for your tragic loss. You honor me with your kind words. Look, dear, the Royal Priestess has come to visit us. Yes? What's that? Oh, of course. She's talking with a funeral picture? My husband, too, is delighted that the Royal Priestess graces with her presence. You can speak with Abbott and me. No, I don't possess the power to speak with the dead, but I can feel his presence. What's that? No, that can wait till later, dear. She's definitely speaking with him. So, your benevolence, what is it that brings you to my humble abode? This lawyer is investigating your husband's death, and I am watching him to ensure he does not tamper with any of the evidence. I know this must be difficult, but could I ask you some questions? A good friend of mine has fallen under suspicion, you see. A friend of yours? So then you must be Maya's friend from the States, correct? That's right. I'm sorry, but I'm still grieving. Isn't that right, dear? Yes, I know. Abbott and me and his wife were one of the closest and most loving couples in Khura'in. If she is not ready to talk, I will not allow you to press her any further. She did just lose the love of her life. It would be incredibly insensitive of me to force questions out of her right now. I need to talk to her if I want to learn more about the High Priest. Plus, there's the warbird statue that I will be found in the house. There's too much I need to find out. For me to just leave just yet. Be okay if I stayed here for a little while. Bobbed head, have you not been listening to a word I said? Look, your benevolence. I'm sorry for her loss, but I'm running out of time. So what will I do? So what I will do is promise to leave if she doesn't change her mind. Please, let me talk to my husband about this. Yes? I know. No, don't. Not in front of the Royal Priestess. Now, if you would excuse me. What the heck were they even talking about? You have but poured salt on her wounds. This is precisely why you lawyers are so despised. She's just trying to help Maya's case. Didn't mean to hurt her, Mrs. Inme. Could it be that you actually possess a conscience? Of course I do. But I'm also desperate for information. So, what do you plan to do now? Pass the time by looking around the room, I guess. And see if she changes her mind. Just see that you do not touch anything you should not. Should watch what I touch then, just in case Princess Rafer gets mad at me. Let's look around. See what we can find. This looks like a waste bucket. Hey, there's an envelope sticking out. There are 3 holes in a row near the top. Now, where have I seen holes like these before? Scrounging around in other people's garbage like some stray dog. You are a pitiful creature indeed. What does it say here? Say what you will, but I've got a job to do. It says to the High Priest. cannot even read. You are even more pitiful than I had thought. Thanks, and I will keep your words of wisdom in mind, your benevolence. Guess I should have studied some Khura'inese before I came. So the envelope was addressed to the High Priest, huh? But it's empty. Still, there's something about it. Better hang on to it. Envelope adds a court record. An envelope addressed to the High Priest. There is no return address, and 3 unusual looking holes are punched into it. What a magnificent altar. Of course it is magnificent. It is for the Holy Mother, after all. The Holy Mother? Is she that faceless figure there? Such insolence. How do you not know who Her Holiness is on sight? Do you seek to cross over into the Twilight Realm right this instant? Sorry, what happened again? This is why lawyers are so despised. Now listen well. Depicting Her Holiness's face is the greatest taboo in all of Khura'inism. There are none alive today who know what her face really looks like. And that includes the members of the royal family. Well, now there's an unusual custom. It's gotta be one heck of a secret if even the royal family can't know what she looks like. What is this scary looking spiky thing? There's a floor cushion for hiding a practitioner's mental focus. Your ignorance astounds me. There is not a soul in Khura'in who would not recognize this. A floor cushion? You mean you're supposed to sit on this? How else would you suggest it be used? It's like a torture device to me. Wanted poster for the rebel escapee everyone's talking about. Let me see that. Oh my god, why? More puns? More puns? Okay. Okay, these cases in Khura'in have had so many puns already. That's a rebel. That's a rebel, senior member of insurgent leadership and former paratrooper of a foreign land, wanted for crimes against the kingdom, considered armed and dangerous. So he's ex-military, huh? His appearance alone exudes menace. He must be captured at once. Wanted poster added to the court record. A wanted poster describing the escaped prisoner mentions a sizable reward. Something wrong? The bounty is 3 million dharmas, money that comes out of the people's tax payments. I shall have it lowered to about 1 million dharmas. So unexpectedly concerned with the people's welfare. Unexpectedly? How rude. Nina has always taught me that kingdoms do not value their people who come to ruin. As crown princess, it is only natural that I care for my people. But sending some of that kindness this way. I suppose I could. Quit being a lawyer and pay taxes to our kingdom, that is. It's worth a shot. This game looks kind of like checkers or chess. You mean to say you've never heard of Demal? I have heard people describe it as Khura'inese chess. 2 players take turns moving their pieces in the bit to capture the other's king. Not quite. In Demal, the objective is the utter annihilation of your opponent. Furthermore, each piece has a special move that can only be used once per game. Special moves? Sounds like a game right up Maya's alley. Isn't this that Justice Minister I meant? Who's the woman in the picture next to him? She looks really important. Could she be the Queen of Khura'in? There's a Steel Samurai patch on this bag. Guess the bag must be Maya's. Probably left it here while she was performing it, right? What show is this? It is the Plumed Punisher, warrior of Neo-Twilight Realm. It is based on Lady Kira and is the #1 action hero show in Khura'in. Plumed Punisher, warrior, the Plumed Punisher. Warrior of Neo-Twilight, I mean, that sounds like a cool show. There's the Steel Samurai, now I've got the Plumed Punisher. The music sounds pretty cool too. There you go. Yes, it is an entirely original show created right here in our kingdom. Not so sure about its originality, given its overall look and that theme song. Is something the matter? Well, it's just we have an action hero show back home that is really similar to this. Guessing this shows why Maya is so into Lady Kira. Yep, there's the Steel Samurai. Honestly, the theme song is exactly the same as the one for Maya's favorite show. Steel Samurai, warrior of Neo Old Egypt, Old Tokyo. It's a popular action hero show filmed right in LA. Set in a city known as Neo Old Tokyo, it pits the Steel Samurai in Mortal Kombat. So there was actually a case in the first game, I believe. First or second game, I think it was, where we actually were on the set for the Steel Samurai TV show, and we had to solve a case. So there's your reference there. Plus, the theme song was really good. Against his nemesis, the evil magistrate. Maya's collected DVDs and merchandise from that series as long as I've known her. Plumed Punisher seems awfully similar to the Steel Samurai. The Plumed Punisher originated here in Khura'in. Is that clear, Barbed Head? Yes, your benevolence. Note to self, never suggest that again. Poster of the mountains? Inner Sanctum Mountain is featured against those other towering peaks. Those beautiful mountains are known as the Roof of Khura'in. I see they have even included Mount Pony Pony in that poster. Mount Pony Pony, is that the smaller peak to the left? Known as the Little Sanctum, it is just west of the Inner Sanctum. Isn't it also beautiful? But I suppose a lawyer with a defiled soul such as you could not perceive such beauty. No, that's not true. I think it's absolutely stunning. Mountain Range poster added to the record. A poster in the High Priest's house shows the Inner Sanctum and Mount. Lady Believe has not had a change of heart and simply waiting shall not change that. I think the height thing's gonna come into play. Like, why is that specifically mentioned in the... This has to come into play. Mentioning the height specifically here with the meters and stuff is definitely gonna come in. I think that's definitely gonna matter. The fact that the elevation is, you know, where the murder took place and where this took place would make the most sense of, like, you know, sorry. The murder took place, at where the 2310 meters is, so... This is gonna have to come into play at some point. Especially since we've seen the what looked like a parachute or like a balloon or something. Can't we wait just a little longer? What if she'll ever pop up? Oh, you're still here. Lady Believe. Mrs. Inme, do you think you're ready to talk? Is that okay with you, dear? Yes? Yes, I will let him know. Lady Believe, you don't have to speak to this lawyer if it is not your wish. No, it's quite alright. If my husband was still with us, he would say... As much as it pains me to have my lovely wife speak on such matters, if it would help to find the truth, do not ask whatever you may. Okay, I'll take you up on your generous offer. Wait, did Mrs. Imi call herself lovely just now? Well, whatever you're waiting for, ask your questions quickly so your departure may be just as swift. Yes, of course. I still have one thing to examine here that I didn't get to see. I think. Yeah, it's this. Sorry, not this. It was slightly below. That. Is this a piece of art of some sort? What a beautiful orb. Is something the matter? Bobbed head, take one step back. Okay, done. Did you spot something? Yes, your dismal reflection. It was ruining the orb's beauty. Did you have to put it like that, your benevolence? We missed out Ray for insulting us. Good to know. Alright, we'll talk to, let's talk to Believe in Me. Trust in Me. Do you have any idea why your husband might have been killed? Is he acting different or doing anything out of the ordinary lately? No, I don't recall anything of the sort. This is really difficult. Did anybody have a grudge against him? He was a kind man and one of peace. He would never do anything that would cause someone to bear a grudge against him. Not according to my Megatama, anyway. We're all hiding something. This means Mrs. Inme is trying to hide something from me. This is the Megatama Maya gave me all those years ago. It has a really amazing power. It reacts when someone is hiding something. It allows me to see the Cyclops that are holding that person's mind show. Whenever I see any, I need to present my Megatama to try and unlock them. Unlocking them all usually allows me to coax the truth out of someone. Alright, let's give it a go. Let's give the Megatama a go. See if we can get the unlock the information we need. The High Priest. Cyclops. They appeared when I asked whether anyone held a grudge against her husband. That must mean that Mrs. Immi thought of someone who just might have such a grudge. Let's just stir the pot a little and see what happens. Mrs. Immi, I have an idea who your husband's real killer might be. That would be Maya, would it not? No, of course not. It has to be someone with a motive to kill him. This is who I believe had a reason to kill your husband. The escaped prisoner, the rebel Dirk, or Lady Kira. I mean... we don't know who the escaped prisoner is, and we haven't seen anything to suggest otherwise, and we haven't... and we don't even know who Dirk is, so it has to be Lady Kira, because that's the person that we've been seeing around. Whoever was pretending to be Lady Kira would have to be the killer. It's the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Everybody's talking about her. I know not what to speak. Really? Because she even made the front page recently. I am but a humble servant of Lady Kira. What reason would you have to kill someone as significant as I? Actually, I have something that just might show why Lady Kira would kill Abbott in me. It could be, there'd be evidence that's in the house, surely. This, probably. Because it was addressed to the High Priest.
Take that!
Probably whatever's in this. Don't see how that's connected to my husband, or Lady Kira for that matter. Really? But that doesn't that part here remind you of your husband? What are you talking about? Take a look at this part here. It really resembles Lady Kira, doesn't it? I'm not seeing this resemblance. Sorry, it looks like I was mistaken. That's strange. I could swear I had something that could prove. Oh, did I? Maybe I put something too late. High Priest was being threatened. Seems there really was no connection between our husband and Lady Kira. Sorry, but I beg to differ. I have something that just might show why Lady Kira... Okay, I presented the wrong evidence. Sorry. This was what I was supposed to present, because this is Lady Kira actually threatening him.
Take that!
This is a letter of warning from Lady Kira. Maya found it. It was in the inner sanctum. Only Maya and your husband were there at the time. This letter reached its intended recipient, your husband, the High Priest, didn't it? How do you know Maya wasn't lying to you? Because I've never seen that letter before. No, my husband never did either. Sorry, but I have evidence that proves this warning was meant for your husband. Yeah, this is what I did it the wrong order. Because this has the holes in it, as does the envelope.
Take that!
So that's where it relates. It's an envelope addressed to the High Priest. The warning letter was delivered to your husband inside this, wasn't it? What is this? How can you prove the warning was delivered in this envelope? There's gotta be some way to prove it. Wait a second. Don't the envelope and the warning letter have something in common? I think there might just be something that links the letter... the warning letter to the envelope. There is? Yes, and that proof is right here on this warning letter. The spot on the warning letter proves that it was delivered in that envelope. I guess any of the holes. Let's just go with the one that is the easiest to see. 3 holes in the envelope are in the same shape and arrangement as the holes in the warning letter. If you fold the letter in thirds and place it in the envelope, the holes line up. As for what made the holes, I believe it was this. The only thing it could have been was the arrow. Because of the 3 prongs.
Take that!
They were made by this warbarred arrow. One of the weapons favored by Lady Kira. The warning was folded in thirds, placed in the envelope addressed to the High Priest, delivered to your husband on the point of this arrow. What does she have to say about her husband? She trusted me to unravel the truth. Are you ready to tell me the truth now? I'd admit the warning was sent to my husband. He was an insurgent. Why did you keep it a secret? Because the authorities might have suspected him of being one if I hadn't. Guess that makes sense. The rebel hunter was after him. I can see how people might at least suspect. We are a Khura'inist kingdom, as such rising up against the monarchy is the same as blaspheming Khura'inism itself. Her husband was a devout priest of Khura'inism. You fear that his good name would be tarnished if the warning went public. It makes sense, but is it the honest truth? What if the High Priest really was a rebel? The rebel hunter would have had a motive to kill him. Still. This just doesn't feel like the right time to ask her about it. Could you tell me a little more about the warning? It arrived about 3 days before the purification rites. When we booked that morning, it was already there by the side of our bed. It was by the side of your bed? Yes, we had the whole house locked down uptight. And yet someone still managed to slip in. Oh, it was so frightening, wasn't it, dear? But you didn't contact the police. Because you didn't want them to suspect your husband of being a rebel. That's right. If only we had told the police, maybe Tyrost would still be alive today. Oh, lovely wife. No need to fret, my dear. My only regret is that I left you all alone. Barbed head. It is quite enough. Yes, you're probably right. Zinmi, I'm sorry to have bothered you at such a difficult time. Don't be silly. I'm happy if I have helped. Your benevolence? May you swiftly shine light upon the truth. Barbed head. You seem bent on casting suspicion upon Lady Kira. And by doing so, you seek to deflect the blame from the real killer, Maya Fey. That is the only logical conclusion. I'm in no position to disprove her at this point. If I could find something to support my theory that the High Priest was a rebel. The only other person who might know more about in me would be Maya. They might be done questioning her by now. Maybe I'll stop by the detention center. My mother has said what? It seems I must go. Did something happen? Yes, my mother has decreed that a rite shall be held for the High Priest's passing, and that she shall conduct the prayer of laments therein. Her Eminence has so decreed, has she? But she should not concern herself with a humble priest like my husband. No, it is only natural, considering his meritorious service. The rite will be held at the palace. You are to accompany me there at once, Lady Believe. Thank you, your benevolence. My husband is most delighted, too. How wonderful for you, Mrs. Zinmi. A direct decree from the Queen. That must be quite the honor. Barbed head, you were coming as well. But I don't have much time left to investigate. As the one charged with monitoring you, you must remain within my sight at all times. Besides, it will take but a moment. Now come along. Arguing the point will probably just make things worse for me. Better let her have her way this time. We're gonna get an anime or... no? May 10, Khura'in Palace Audience Chamber. This is a new spot. So this is the Queen of Khura'in. What is wrong with you, barbed head? Show some respect. Oh, should I bow or prostrate myself? No, it's quite alright. Stay as you are. Mother. Your Eminence, I would like to give thanks to you. You honor both me and my husband. Exemplary service deserves to be honored. But what a terribly trying time this must be for you, Lady Believe. May my prayer comfort your soul and that of your dearly departed husband. Nothing would please me more. Oh, your Eminence, no words are wasted on my humble husband and I. Now that's what I call a commanding presence. So, you are the lawyer of whom my daughter speaks? Yes, your Eminence. I am so very honored to make your noble acquaintance. Ship? I'm humbled to bask in your resplendence. Did I ever do it? I have no idea how to talk to a queen. May the Holy Mother's Spirit, our blessing be upon you. Now then, Lady Believe, let us go to the Chamber of Prayer. Rafa, you are to accompany us too. Yes, Mother. Wow, the Queen is seriously something else. Prayer of Lament, huh? Don't see how that'll do any good. It's Justice Minister Inga. Who are you, buddy? Nice to see you again, Mr. Minister Inga. Again, have we met? Phoenix Wright. I met in the accused lobby the other day. Oh, right. Blue suit, jagged hair. Oh, that lawyer brought my daughter down a peg or two. Your daughter? Yeah, Rafa. Is Princess Rafa's father? So he's Queen Khura'in's husband. Plan on sticking your fat nose in this mess too? He's a good friend of mine. Like I said, last time. Hang on a second. From one royalty to another... Germany, thank you for the raid. Let me give you a shout out real quick. Before we continue on with our royal tour of the palace, we're gonna give you a shout out. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. That your stream went well. We are currently doing case 3. We're in the royal palace, and we are about to bow down to the queen, basically. Welcome in, raiders. Do a lot of platinum playthroughs, speedruns, Switch games, action videos, all sorts of that stuff. Welcome in, everyone. Hope that your stream went well today. You came in as a raider too? Yeah, Panda, you're in everyone's stream. I'm convinced. Panda lives in everybody's streams. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How was our Diablo 4? I just realized that Rosu has a Squirtle Squad emote. That's nice. I have to think about what I want to do for emotes. Hope that Diablo 4 treated you nicely. Better watch yourself, see? You mind if I ask you a few questions? You want to question me? That would be great. Yeah, Panda is everywhere. He exists in Panda. I'm convinced Panda is like the Twitch CEO. He's just lurking in every single stream, just waiting to pounce. Thank you very much for the raid, and welcome in, everybody. Hope that you're all doing well. How did Diablo 4 go today? Well, I got things to do, see? So I'll have to talk while I work. Is that out yet? Actually, I just realized is it next? When does the Diablo 4 what's it called? Something of Hatred? There's an expansion coming out soon, isn't there? You're half asleep right now? My voice twice. Oh, you noticed the voice twice because of the me streaming and also Germany like raiding me. Okay, that was what it was. 8:15 in the morning. You're the true, the real MVP. Real MVP, Panda. When does that new Diablo expansion or add-on come out? Is it next month? Something of Hatred or whatever it's called? I'm assuming you're preparing for that. Oh, there's loads of people offline. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, because yeah, you have a lot of streams and stuff up. We'll examine the palace. We may as well. Hey, keep your paws off that stuff over there. It's all pretty pricey. More than you could possibly imagine, I'd wager. Yeah, I better keep my hands to myself. October 8th. Yeah, okay, so that's next month. Yeah. Because, yeah, a lot of people will be playing Diablo, well, for that, coming up, and also Halloween is coming up, so obviously, there's probably gonna be, there's bound to be a Halloween event for Diablo or something coming up soon. For sure. Yeah, Halloween is coming up. Halloween, the one, well, not the one, the The holiday I don't celebrate because, yeah, I don't celebrate Halloween because Australia doesn't celebrate it. I want to let you know that I'll be the defense lawyer in this case too. Although the last 2 Halloweens, I have happened to play games that were horror on Halloween. I don't think I have any games that I could play that are horror based. The only horror game that I could play as is the only horror game I could play at the moment, by the time Halloween comes around, will be Resident Evil Revelations. Unless someone wants me to play a horrible game like Golem. I have Golem. I just like have it on my system right now. You dress as a nun for Halloween? I mean, I would think I was going to say that a nun wouldn't have been just. I'm sure you learnt quite a lot that day as a nun. I'm sure that you learnt quite a lot. I'm sure she taught you quite a lot on that day. You could just say you were anonymous, right? Well, don't say I didn't warn you. You only won last time because that idiotic prosecutor filed false charges. But Germany, how is your average doing at the moment? You were at 2.3 the last time I think, but you're definitely getting a lot more consistent viewing, which is nice. We're both very close. So happy to see that we're all getting there around the same point. So I'm still hovering around the 2.6. I'm at 2.62 now, but my last couple of streams haven't performed all that very well. You learned it was kind of weird. I mean, yeah. Now you understand from the opposite perspective. Don't care who I go up against. Gonna prove my client. Yeah, we're both gonna get there. Me and Germany are both gonna get there. Like we're just gonna get our averages up. We're both gonna reach affiliate for sure. You haven't gotten that little thing called the Defense Culpability Act, have you? Well, this one, you'll suffer the same fate as the accused. How could I forget? Lawyers are all the same. You shut your stuff to the DC Act, it comes down real hard. What is your idea for Halloween this time? Snow White for a fancy dress party or something else? Like, which Snow White was it? Was it, is it the new Snow White? Because that's a true, you know, that's gonna be a horrible movie. That new Snow White movie is not gonna be very good, I don't think, at all. Yeah, there's a new Snow White movie that's coming out, but it's not gonna be good, I don't think. Oh no, they're making another Snow White movie as well. It's gonna be a horror movie. If you remember all those Winnie the Pooh horror movies, yeah, they're making more of them. We're getting a Peter Pan one, we're getting a Bambi one, we're getting a we're getting a Snow White one. Bambi's getting a horror movie. I didn't know you liked dressing up so much, Panda. Well, I don't plan on letting it come to that. The lights light. Be careful. Don't set your precious precious pixel light. You've said too much. No, it's now forever in history. Now this stream's getting uploaded to YouTube. We now know. We know your secret cross-dressing habits. You've been exposed. Were you the one who wrote the Defense Culpability Act? Maybe I did, maybe I did. What's it to you? Either way, as Justice Minister, I'm going to enforce the thing. Well, that is true, you are a panda. But the real question is, if you are a panda, what are you hiding under the panda? What, are you in a panda suit, or what are you hiding underneath? You must be hiding something. Do we know that you are a panda? You could be cosplaying as a panda. So it was a way to counter the dirty tricks of your trade, like falsified evidence. It turned out to be quite handy, efficient even. What if I gave the panda... I'm being speciest? Hey, that's not fair. I didn't assume your species. I didn't assume the species. I just want to make sure it's authentic. I want to make sure that it's a real panda, and not just one of those, fake ones that you see at the zoo, you know? Yeah, made my job real easy. Any goons who cross me out of the Khura'in administration? Gonna just get what they deserve, especially those rebel scum. Can get away with that here. Better watch your mouth, lawyer. I enforce the law in Khura'in, you see. Being that I'm the Queen's husband, that makes me king. Oh shit, I was wondering if you were gonna pick that up. I was wondering if you were gonna pick that up at first, but I guess you didn't. You did now though, at least. Pretty sure the Queen is the boss around here. Go on, let's see what you're thinking of so I can charge you with less majesty. Can't get myself arrested now. Listen up, lawyer. I've got a low crime rate and a populace that lives in peace. That's all thanks to the DC Act. So I don't want to hear any more lip about it. But I can't defend my client unless I speak my mind. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve. So I'd watch if I were you. Now, one thing I am curious about, in the UK, it must be hard to get a hold of bamboo. How do you get a hold of bamboo? Next question. So you don't get it imported? You don't... So you've got a defined attitude like this, like one of them dragon dupes. So, what? You know what these are? No, what? Orders of execution. They really pile up if I start slacking. I don't know what voice I'm trying to do for this character. I'm so confused about what I want to do. Tomorrow I'll have even more work to do. Processing the mum with your little friend. If you really do defend her, I'll have to add one more to the pile for you. You're not stupid enough to waste your life on that criminal, are you? Don't worry, make sure to lighten your workload, Inga. I'll give you a single execution order to sign tomorrow. Hey, you gotta admit though, like, again, like, I'm not that far off of British. Either someone thinks a British person's Australian, or they think the Australian person's British. I mean, we're essentially just the prisoners of Britain. That's Australian. That's Australia for you. We're just British prisoners that never got off this damn island. Could never figure out how to make a boat to save our lives, so we're just stuck here. That's basically Australia for you. We're just stuck on this island. I have returned, Barbhead. Your benevolence? Are you done with the rite? Yes, it was performed flawlessly. Lady Believe, stay behind to speak with Mother. Yeah, unfortunately it's sucking our blood. We're just, hope this will help ease her sorrow, even if it's just a little. So you've been speaking with my father? Yes, you could say that. My father's a great man. He works tirelessly to keep the peace in our kingdom. Yeah, our crimes are, we're not British. We're not British enough. So they sent us, but we're too southern to be British, so, they just booted us out of the country and thing. We weren't good enough to be British. So we made our own country with blackjack and hookers. I feel deeply honored. Under normal circumstances, they would have never spoken so steadily with a lawyer. Yes, of course. Oh, you want to move out of the country? Where would you like to move? Would you like to move back to your native land of Japan? Seems Rafa doesn't know what her father is really like. Oh, now that we're done here, let's go see if I can talk to Maya now. Oh, no, wait a second, that's your... Oh, you made... Oh, right, these are your emotes now. I can see your emotes. Yeah, because I'm using OBS, and when you post the emotes in the thing, if I highlight over them in my chat, I can actually, like, they bring up the when you, highlight over them in the, OBS chat, it actually shows the, shows them in, like, a bigger, it shows them in, like, a bigger, what is it called? A larger expand thing is what I was trying to say. Yeah, they look really nice. I like them. They look pretty good. Yeah, I'm still not there yet. We have to reach, affiliate, but hey, we're gonna get there. We're at about 2.6 at the moment, so yeah, I can see them like right now in the like if I'm looking at them through OBS, they like expand to give me the codes and stuff. So they look good. I like them. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. The last couple of streams I haven't performed all that great, but where are we up to? We it keeps fluctuating. It's like what was happening with you, where it's like it'll go up and then it'll go back down a little bit, but then it'll go up again and then it goes back down. So it's a matter of consistency, really. It's fine. Like we'll get there when we get there. Just as long as I don't drop too far down, then it's okay. So but we'll just see how it goes. Oh no, I don't want to make I don't want to make emotes yet. I'll save those for when I get to that. I have ideas for emotes, but I just don't know what I want to do for them yet. Like I have some idea. But yeah, I think I might, since we're about to get into the trial, it seems like, because I think all we have to do is talk to Maya and do a couple of things, this might be a good point for me to stop streaming for today. Went for nearly 5 hours, it's a good haul, I would say, so, yeah. Oh, you'd be streaming your, oh right, that's what you wanted to do, didn't you, yeah. You said that you were going to be, like, streaming you making the emotes. That's a cool idea, though. There's definitely a, what is it called, a market for, there's a market for people wanting to watch their, like, emotes getting made and stuff. So that definitely helps out as well. But yeah, we're about to get into the trial. Obviously, we've met a couple of new characters. We did the exploration of the murder. Which I liked so far. I'm still not sure what's happening yet, because we have the trial. A lot of the characters are pretty cool too. Gartic phone style games. Okay. I'm not sure what those are, so I probably don't know if I have any. But there are a lot of funny cookie characters here at the moment, so a lot of different, like Pictionary and stuff. Okay, I wish I could draw. I'm a terrible drawer. That's the issue. I'm just not a very good drawer. Yeah, I'm not good at those games. I'm good at guessing stuff, but, it's like... Yeah, but that's the issue, right? Like, I would like to at least try and be good at stuff, but yeah, it is what it is. We got a lot of good cameos from Steel Samurai here. The story seems to be thing. We met the Queen, although she's not in here anymore. And then we met Inga again. And then we were investigating. Obviously, Maya's in trouble again. We fixed her up. All the stuff with everyone else is cool too. A lot of puns. This guy is named Trust Me. Obviously. And then also the, we haven't met this guy yet, but his name is Praise a Lot. And we don't know who this guy is yet. And we also have, Believe in Me, who is the husband of Trust Me. So, a lot of praying, a lot of, like, religious puns, I guess you would say is the best way to put it. But yeah, that's pretty much, all I would really have to say. Story-wise, again, I don't think we have an overlaying story yet. It just seems like we're still trying to investigate stuff. I liked the way that Maya was, not the way that Maya was doing so. I liked the way that, like, Maya's being integrated into the stuff, and then also, like, how these, I think we've still got a couple of mysteries still to sort out. Rayford's hanging around and bullying us the whole time was funny. We still don't know who this guy is. Considering the fact that they're covering his eyes and he's got like a beard and everything, he has to be somebody that's important, especially when we don't know who he is and his age and all that other stuff. We haven't met you yet, so I'm assuming we're going to do that either at the trial or sometime later. And then we met the Queen and all that as well, so... we'll probably continue this. I was going to say I would continue this tomorrow, but I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow. I will have to see. I don't think I will be. It just depends on how much time I have with anything else. Because I will have to upload this, I will have to download this. There's something else that I have a time commitment for tomorrow as well, so I might just take the day off. Because I won't be streaming at night, and if I'm not going to be streaming during the day, then yeah, I might just take the day off. And just see how my numbers drop or go on the thing. We'll just see how it goes. It is what it is. So yeah, I think I should just end the stream today. So with all that being said, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Every like, comment, and subscription in this video gets a monetization. Oh, it's not 5 average, it's 3 average. How close am I right now? I was at 2.62 when I checked this morning. Right now, I am at... I can't check it now, I don't think, because, one, I'm still streaming, so it still won't count. It's still saying 2.62, so I'm at, yeah, that's what I'm at the moment. How many hours have I done? 114 hours. But it'll drop down. Because once I finish this game, I need to get into another game, so there's going to be... My hours are going to drop back, but I also don't want my average to drop, so... yeah, that's what it is at the moment. But it's been hovering around 2.6, 2.8-ish since, it's been hovering around the 2.6, 2.8 average back and forth for days now, so it's just a matter of, like, getting that extra little push until we get there. Which we will do at some point, like, it's, I'm not in a rush. Again, I have a lot of average, I have a lot of average viewers. I have a lot of viewers who are consistently, like, around, so it's going to definitely be a good thing. So I can only grow as far as the viewers that I have and the community that I build and the networking that I have, and also me actually streaming for the time and everything else. That's as much as I can possibly do. Like, I can provide content for everybody, I can provide conversation for everyone. And if people want to watch, they want to watch. If they don't want to watch, then that's all fine too. I will get there when I get there. I'm not in rush. I think around this point in time is my 2-year, like, years on Twitch anyway, so if I got it in, you know, if I get it in this year or this month, then it's still going to be something important, so, yeah. So before I upload everything to my YouTube channel, right now I don't have any kind of, links until probably the 1st of October, see how that works with the thing as well. All my games that I upload there are on my YouTube, as well as the games list, which I updated today with all the new games. Everything else has been updated for there too. You can find all the games that I've played in the past on stream, all the neatly organized playlists, as well as all the speedrun stuff as well. Obviously, once I get to affiliate, I wanna start doing viewer bid wars maybe with like, here's a list of the games that I have access to, and once we've finished the game, by the end of that, we'll see how much the game has the viewer points for, which game has the most points, and we'll go and stream that, because that gives me an idea about stuff that I can stream, and also gives me an idea of what my viewers would like to see as well, because not everybody has the same interests, so let's just, like, poll people and see how, thing, and also to let me gauge to see who's, like, regularly around and stuff, to see that as well. We'll just have a look and figure it out from there, I guess. Working more puzzle games at the Platinum Trophy, as well as switching things up with games on the Switch, along more trying experience, their experience, playing on those, looks like doing those. Also, the Live speedrun notes are done. Just need to work on thing for that too. The Persona 5 Tactica speedrun is about halfway through. Untitled Traveler stuff I started working on. I'm almost at the end of the second Traveler of 8. I'll only be doing one route for those, which is the Kate route, because it's a lot more consistent in the first place, and also, what is it called? The 200 follower incentive, the challenge speedruns, we're going to do some Twilight of Vita Japan, genocide and pacifist routes for those, as well as some other bonus things too. I also upload everything to YouTube because I have a separate limitation on my videos before they do that permanently on Twitch, so I want there to be a separate place for everyone to find my content, which it is so. And you will also get a notification of when I go live, watching on Twitch, YouTube, sorry. Follow my Twitch at 220 followers. We're doing Pokemon Let's Go Eevee speedrun, and we also are very close to reaching affiliate. As I said before, we're at about 2.6. I haven't gone lower than 2.6 in a while, so we're hovering around 2.6, 2.8, around there. Assuming that I can get, today's stream was, will probably make up for that quite a bit, because I had, at least, well, for a long time, ever since I got the raid, I've basically had around 2 to 3 viewers, so anything above 2 is pretty good. Just because it's staying in the 2. Anything 2 and above I'm satisfied with, because it's still staying in the 2 range. It's keeping it up. It's just getting it above the 3 is what thing, but we'll definitely get there. We're all getting there, all on this journey together. Again, I remember when I had an average of 0.2. And I was really down on my streaming. I thought I was doing something wrong, and then it shot up to 0.7, 0.8, and I thought I was stuck there for a little bit, and now we're where we are today. So we're definitely getting there. The networking's helped. My consistency's helped. You know, a whole bunch of things have helped. So I can also start making... Yeah, see, that's the thing. I am doing voices in this game, but I don't have... once this game's over with, I have already ordered the Edgeworth game, so that is coming, that's going to come at some point. Hopefully it arrives before we finish this, so that way I can get it on and start playing the Edgeworth game, and we can do more voices, otherwise we'll move on to something else. But yeah, once we reach affiliate, obviously I get a bunch of emote slots, subscriber perks, channel point stuff, which I'm looking forward to doing. I want to have more interactions with my chats and things like that as well. I want to see what else I have access to. You also get a notification when I go live on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter to be notified when I go live, which I'm in Discord. I will send you an invite to my friends' Discord server, close to 2,000 members to growing strong. Pentalks and gamers to also as well. I'm very active there, just get a notification when I go live on there as well. And finally, if you know who created my stream overlay that I use all my future content going forward, you can find a link down below in the description box for that as well. Alright, so as always, and as I always recommend to anybody else, I will always raid. I can't remember the last time. So if anyone has any raid requests, I will take them on. Otherwise, I will probably just find someone that I'm following. Or I will see if anyone else is playing this game, because, again, I've really been enjoying this quite a bit. And I like watching other people react to this game too and do voices, so... Let's see who is online. You know what? There actually are a couple of people online. Thank you very much for sticking around, Panda. It's greatly appreciated. You don't realize how much help you have been for not only me, but for other people. Speaking of which, we are going to... so the new season of Rainbow Six Siege is around. And I am trying to help someone else reach affiliate right now. I will send you over to them. They are playing that. They're trying to reach affiliate as well. I would... It's okay. I get what you were trying to say. They are trying to reach affiliate. I will gladly help them out. They've been on a bit of a grind right now. They've made a lot of stuff for their channel too. And I would like to pass that on to them as well. So, all that being said, have a good day, night, wherever you are, and I will see you all in the next stream. Thank you everyone for watching, and we are